Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, Jennifer Holly. Hello, Gwennifer. Hello, Rome Solo. Hello, VCC TV. Hello, Christinas. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Jack presidential run when? Probably never, unfortunately. Haruko. Hello, Mandakorian. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Matatiahu. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Stout Man. Your content holes already, my goodness. Provocative. Hello, everybody. It's content time, baby. What's with the stream time? I figured I would do an early stream and a late stream today, and take a break for dinner in the middle. So we might be in the middle of a bit of content. How we all doing, folks? Oof. How we all doing? Did I see Morning Joe? I have seen talk about it. We're gonna watch it. For those wondering what's on the docket today, we're gonna be starting out by talking about Joe Biden and his extraordinarily bad poll numbers, as well as we're going to be talking a lot about his various TV and radio appearances that have been happening. They're not good. They're not good, guys. Yeah. It's just kind of a bad Biden week. You know, it's not a good time. I feel like all of my speculation the last several days have been completely and utterly verified. In the worst ways possible. So, we're going to get into it. We're going to go over the Morning Joe appearance. We're going to go over the disastrous press conference that just happened. We're also going to be going over his polling numbers and the letter he wrote to Congress. And it's, yeah. Stardust Bun, maybe, yeah, I'll click on that.
This is a song.
No, thank you. We're not going to watch it right now, though. It ain't looking good, folks. No, it's looking quite bad, actually. Let's get into it. So, polling came out of Emerson. Now, for those of you who don't follow a lot of, like, politics, Emerson is, like, the one of the gold standard orgs for doing polling. It polled the swing states, folks. And the closest of them, the one in which Biden does the best, is in Michigan, where Biden is polling at 44%. Trump wins every single one of those states, though, because in Michigan, he's polling at 45%. In Wisconsin, Biden is down 3 points. Arizona, he's down 4 points. Georgia, he's down 5 points. Pennsylvania, he's down 5 points. And in Nevada, he's down 6 points. He's not reining it back in, is kind of the issue here. Yeah. There hasn't been like this rebound of people like forgetting. It's looking bad. He could take Michigan and Wisconsin. Sure. I think none of these numbers are are like, you know, something he can't accomplish. The issue is he won't be able to accomplish them if the current public perception of him is locked in stone. And I think we're pretty close to like the solidification of his public perception. You know, like that's we're like right there, guys. This is this is bad. Usually if it was an issue that like people would forget about, his polling would rebound. We're not seeing that happen. We're not seeing that happen in any of these swing states. So, yeah, it's the polling itself looks bad. And on top of that, here is a 40-second clip from Morning Joe. And I think, well, I think it will probably tell us everything we need to know right here.
Nobody said anything except me and the folks out there in the local, race. He said, I did nothing to stop Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In fact, he said, I think I encouraged Russia from going, I think he encouraged Russia going in. I mean, I'm reading from the list of lies. First of all, he was made up quotes, suckers and losers. I was with it. He called the Americans in the cemeteries from World War I suckers and losers. And so this guy's going to have to start to answer for what he did. I'm not letting. Nobody said.
So, yeah, Hoot Wheels, it is really. He's struggling so hard, man. I mean, like, let's check out the full Morning Joe Biden. Does Morning Joe have like a specific YouTube channel?
I've been doing this.
No, it's just on MSNBC, I guess. Thanks, YouTube channel.
Now for something.
Okay, do we have the timestamp where the president comes on? I feel like someone in the comments has to be doing the timestamps for the president, right? Right? You have the link? Please drop it, by all means, because right now I'm looking at like an hour-plus long live stream. Here we go. There we go.
Now for something a little different, and from inside the White House, we have a special guest joining us now, the 46th President of the United States and presumptive Democratic nominee Joe Biden, calling in to Morning Joe right now. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Mika, I'm more than presumption. I'm going to be the Democratic nominee.
There you go.
Okay, well, Mr. President, that leads to the letter that we just received a few minutes ago. And I'm curious, there's a part of it where you...
What? I think he said there's no I think he said there's no presumptive about it. I'm going to be the nominee. Like, I think that's what he said, but it was legitimately hard to decode. Hey, Hoot Wheels, thanks for jumping over to the Riverboat site. I always appreciate when people do that.
You talk about the fact that you got 4...
Yeah, the phone audio is absolutely doing him dirty, too. Like, he's hard to understand under ideal audio circumstances. Do you get faux periods on HRT? It depends on what you mean. If you mean bleeding, no. If you mean like, hormonal mood swings, yeah, sometimes.
14 million votes, 87% of the vote. It was an open process.
But also, you should be aware that the process of your body acclimating to HRT after just starting it is going to put you on a bit of an emotional roller coaster.
You had 3 people running against you. You have 3,900 delegates. And then you ask this question, do we now just say the process didn't matter, that the voters didn't have a say? I'm curious, is that an allusion also to Donald Trump and the fact that Democrats, you believe, may now be doing the same thing that Donald Trump tried to do in 2020, and that is overthrow the popular will of Democratic voters?
Well, look, Joe, let me say it this way. The reason I've been out on the road so much all over the country, and while Trump is riding around in his golf cart, filling out his golf cart before he even hits the ball. But anyway, he hadn't been anywhere in 10 days. I've been all over the country, number one. And I've gone over the country for several reasons. One, to make sure my instinct was right about the party still wanting me to be the nominee. And all the data shows that.
No, but nah, I've looked at the data. All the data does not show that.
The average Democrat out there who voted, the 14 million of them that voted for me, still want me to be the nominee, number one. Number two, the idea that Donald Trump has gained in any substantial way, has his argument to why he should be president is anywhere convincing than it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. It's just not there. And we're just starting to focus on Trump. And look, I attended services, spoke to over 600 people at Mount Airy Church of God in Christ in Philly. I stopped by campaign field offices with John Fetterman and Madeline Dean, both.
Okay, so he seems to be doing pretty okay here. One of the main issues I have with this, though, is some of this is sounding pretty read off a teleprompter. And or read off of note cards, like this is, and it's hard to tell because he's, on the phone, but, not gonna lie, this isn't instilling a lot of faith in me. This just gives me the vibes of Trump calling into Fox News and Friends. Well, yeah, no. Gamer Girl, ooh, that's exactly what this is. Morning Joe is basically Joe Biden's version of Fox and Friends. But I think it takes on a bit new meaning underneath the current, PR crisis he has.
Strongly supporting me. The president and the first lady, we spoke at a campaign ice cream social for AFSCME. Council 13 in Harrisburg, 40 minutes after we spoke with supporters. Stopped by Denim Coffee. I mean, I was with the governor of Pennsylvania, who's still strongly supporting me. I mean, so look, and the fact is that this week I'm going to be hosting NATO Summit here in D.C., going to hold a press conference on Thursday. On Wednesday, I met with the National Union leaders of the AFL-CIO. On Friday, I traveled to Detroit, Michigan for a campaign event.
They look like they are... These people are big supporters of Joe Biden. They look like they're visiting a friend who's on their deathbed. This is... Maybe I'm reading too much into their expressions, but they do not seem happy with how this is going.
They're just on down the line. And so I'm not getting any of what I was told. I wanted to make sure I was right, that the average voter out there still wanted Joe Biden.
At what point will they deem him unfit?
They do. And I'm confident, and like I said, the press...
I have to be honest, I don't think the Democrats have the spine to publicly, invoke the 25th Amendment. But I think they are trying everything they can behind closed doors to get him out.
With me,
the polling's
I think
just that bad.
Fairly fair. I haven't read any reporting they did today, but the fact is that I think they have to acknowledge we had large crowds, enthusiastic crowds, And, and now they're talking about whether I use a prompter. Well, I did it all extemporaneously. The fact of the matter is, I was using prompters too. I don't get that. But at any rate, the bottom line here is that we're not going anywhere. I am not going anywhere. I wouldn't be running if I didn't absolutely believe that I am the best candidate to beat Donald Trump in 2024. We had a Democratic nominating process where the voters spoke clearly. I won 14 million of those votes, et cetera. So I just want, I not only believe that from the beginning,
I hope he
but I wanted to reassert it and demonstrate that it's true. And I'm going to be doing that all through this week and from here on.
So we noted yesterday that it was quite a contrast, the people that were supporting you yesterday compared to, say, a lot of the Washington insiders and Hollywood moguls, and go down the list of very powerful people that want you out compared to the support that you had in Pennsylvania yesterday. That said, there are a lot of people of goodwill who love you, who believe you did a great job in your first term, who are still concerned. Yesterday,
a lot of people like us.
The topic came up
Paradigm
of the
shift. Thank you very much for the
Stephanopoulos
raid.
interview, where
Welcome.
you were asked the question,
Hey, Globus the Elder.
how would you feel if Donald Trump beat you? How would you feel after you lost? And you said, well, as long as I did the best I could do, that's the most important thing. That's caused Democrats concern, who believe that losing is not an option. What would you say to those who are concerned by that answer?
It's not an option, and I've not lost. I haven't lost. I beat him last time. I'll beat him this time. And this is a guy who, look, we talk about debates. Look at his performance at debates. He lied over, Trump has 50 lies. I mean, look, this is a guy who says 10% of the universe. I don't want to get into it, but he's just a liar. And he hadn't done a damn thing since the debate. He's been riding around in a golf cart for 10 days, or down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy friends. I'm not running because of these guys, Joe. I'm running because, and you know me well enough to know this from the very beginning, I ran because I never bought on to the trickle-down economic theory. I never bought into the notion that...
I genuinely don't know that that's true. That this was Trump talking, and yeah, no, exactly, Beatrick Rex. Like, you can clip his stutter and it makes him sound bad. But the issue in these appearances aren't due to his stutter.
We have to walk away from the rest of the world in a cave to Putin or anybody else. I've never believed any of that. And I'm confident that's what the American people are. So what I did was I went out and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any slippage at all. And with the average voter, I don't care what the millionaires think. And by the way, 97% of all the people who contribute to us are people making under 200, contributing under $200. I think we have the largest contingent ever in history. I'm not positive of that, but I think that's true. And so I want their support, but that's not the reason I'm running. I'm not running about what they think or what they care about. And by the way, you don't see a whole hell of a lot of them flocking to Trump. You don't see a whole lot of CEOs flocking to Trump. You don't see any. You see the major economists.
This is a bad look. This is. I think he is not taking the questions about his fitness well at all. He's he's trying to frame it as both like a personal choice and as if he has the mandate of the masses, and it's just like it's so messy and incoherent. It's so messy and incoherent. The rhetoric is messy and the appearance is messy. This is not allaying anybody's fears.
Out there talking about what I have been able to do. I don't hear anybody talking about his economic plan likely to bring America around and keep America first. And by the way, here's Trump talking about all that he's done and Trump and his debate night. He's a pathological liar. He lied about Roe. He refused to accept the outcome of the election. He refused to condemn January 6th. And he says, they claim, he spoke with Putin before he invaded. What the hell are we doing, Joe? What are we doing?
Twin drills? Yep.
This is bizarre.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand. And yet I have a few questions. First, it's very simple. How can you assure the American people that you won't have another night like the one you did in Atlanta?
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights. It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on faith that can intervene on your way to go to, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea I'm too old. Created over 15 million jobs, 21 million insured for the ACA, beat Big Pharma, relieved student debts for 5 million people, first black woman in the court. So I think I had a significant run, and that's how I'd measure me. Measure me what I've done. And by the way, in terms of my neurological capacity, I had a physical, a neurological physical as well in February. It's released. I released all my records, all of them. And I have a neurological test every single day. Try sitting behind this desk and making these decisions. You know it. Both of you know it.
I mean,
they know it.
So, to be fair to Biden, I don't think the ramble is really an issue. Mostly because he's rambling specifically to cram as many, campaign talking points into this appearance as he can. And I have to be honest, he's speaking clearly. I don't think this is moving the needle back, towards whence it came. It's not undoing much of the damage done by that debate.
I'm not bad at what I do. And now, it doesn't mean I never make a mistake. I do. But I'm making those decisions.
Mr. President, if anybody in my family had a night like that, like if my Joe had a night like that, or my kids or anybody, I'd probably want to do some sort of workup and medical workup and make sure he's okay. Have you been tested for any age-related illnesses, pre-Parkinson's, or anything like that that might explain sort of having a night like that where you couldn't finish sentences?
So just as a little bit of background, and probably why she mentioned specifically pre-Parkinson's, is a news story dropped last night about a neurologist who specializes in Parkinson's visiting the White House and consulting with Biden's doctor 8 times between last August and now. So that's why she's asking about the pre-Parkinson's.
Look, I was feeling so badly before the debate. When I came back, they tested me for, I thought maybe I had COVID, maybe there was something wrong, I had an infection or something. They tested me, they gave me those tests, I was clear. But look, I had a bad night. But the fact of the matter is, look at what I'm doing. I mean, let me put it this way. If there was something that was wrong that night, it's not like it comes and that's one night and it goes away. That's why I've been out. I've been testing myself, been testing everywhere I go, going out and making the case. The night of that debate, I went out. I was out till 2 o'clock in the morning that very night. That very night, it drives me nuts, people talking about this. That very night, I'm talking to large crowds. Look at the crowds we've gathered everywhere from Atlanta to North Carolina to Pennsylvania, and look at the enthusiasm. But it was right after. Where the hell's Trump been? What has Trump said or done except deny and lie about what he's for?
Okay, so you have repeatedly said that all of these people and entities are wrong. And let me go through them. The New York Times editorial board, The Economist, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the Boston Globe, Jerry Nadler, Seth Moulton. Let me go to Julian Castro, Tim Ryan, David Axelrod, David Remnick, Richard Haas. Yeah, I know which one you're
kidding me.
responding to there. Zeke Emanuel, but they're saying that you should step aside. So what is your plan of attack moving forward?
My
These are
plan-
Well, to be fair to this assessment, just like going through it a bit, it doesn't involve a mental health screening. I don't know, it's not included in here.
pretty
But
big
taxes
names.
to go out and keep doing their big names, but I don't care what those big names think. They were wrong in 2020. They're wrong in 2022 about the red wave. They're wrong in 2024. And come out with me. Watch people react. You make a judgment. You make a judgment. And by the way, I'm going to have all these foreign leaders here. I've been in contact with the new British Prime Minister, anyway. Look, the country, the rest of the world is looking, our allies are looking for U.S. leadership. Who else do you think could step in here and do this? I expanded NATO. I solidified NATO. Ask your brother about it in Poland. I made sure that we're in a position where we have a coalition of people, of the nations around the world to deal with China, with Russia, with everything that's going on in the world. We're making real progress. The Biden plan, which got in Israel for the Gaza Strip, is something that was adopted by
Have a sub friend.
Netanyahu!
Awooga, awooga.
Awooga. Thank you for gifting Mix Rainbow Goth a sub. That's very kind of you. And also, yeah, part of the issue is when he says you be the judge, like, he's losing the PR war right now. Like, it is a campaign failing that this has been the dominant narrative for, like, the last week.
UN Security Council. Whether it comes to fruition, it's
Hey,
all
Gamer G,
close.
how
We'll
you
see.
doing?
G7's but look, I'm not going to explain any more about what I should or shouldn't do. I am running. And if you want to stop me,
I wanted to ask you, it's so interesting. You talked about how, you were supposed to lose in 2020. You won. There's supposed to be a huge wave in 2022. There wasn't. In 2023, Republicans were supposed to win. They didn't. You could say the same thing about France. Le Pen was supposed to win in 2 years ago. She ended up getting crushed. Her party, her far-right nationalist extreme party, was supposed to win yesterday. They ended up getting crushed. I'm curious, what message do you take from the French elections and the British elections? Because we keep hearing about the rise of far-right nationalist extremism in Europe. But I've got to say, it looks like this past week has been the worst week for far-right nationalists between Britain and France. I'm wondering what you say about that and what message you take to NATO allies this week.
look, Joe, let's get something clear about 20 and 24. Not only were they wrong, I said they were wrong beforehand. I said we were going to win and how we were going to win. I didn't pretend about it. It wasn't like, oh my God, I was surprised. I was not surprised. I predicted it. I knew what we were doing, number one. Number two, you may remember, I was one of the few people out there publicly saying before the 2022 election, there will be no red wave. There will be no red wave. Because I've been all over the country. I didn't believe it at all. And then in 2023, the key elections, I went into those races. Not every one of them, but a lot of them. And I said we were going to win. Look, we won those. So, Joe, it wasn't just that it didn't happen. I was predicting beforehand it would not happen. Because I've got a pretty good political instinct and eye. And here's the deal. It's not going to happen here this time around. The American public is not going to move away from me as an average voter. And again, I'm here for two reasons, pal. One, to rebuild the economy for hardworking middle-class people, give everybody a shot. Just a straight.
I think that the public is moving away from him. That's part of the problem. That's why the donors and like the most milquetoast libs in elected office are freaking out.
Shot. Everybody gets a fair chance, number one. Number two, remember all this talk about how I don't have the black support? Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch.
Joe Biden, why couldn't you have reiterated one of your all-time bangers? They say I don't have the African American community's support. Well, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. He just pulls it out again. Incredible.
I'm getting so frustrated by the
would have been a top 10 moment. I wonder if a black woman would have more black support. Yeah, and it's it's a curious question. Is Joe Biden a better draw for the African American community? I don't think so, dude. You opposed integrated busing. You you wrote the 1994 crime bill. Like, no, man.
No, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elite in the party, who they know so much more. But any of these guys don't think I should run against me. Go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me in the convention. I'm not curious as to why he's mad. I understand why he's mad. It's mostly just that, like, he needs better responses. Like, frankly, if I'm being completely honest, he can't afford to have natural, normal human emotions in public like this, because it's fucking over his campaign. Like, he's getting mad. It's a bad look. It's not going to go over well. Sure, if the polls are wrong in France, they're also right.
Yeah, exactly. Sure.
There's no right wave or tide here in America either. By the way, in case you're wondering whether there is one, have you ever seen Trump run away so fast from what he's for? You know he's going to do it anyway, but he's such a liar. This guy everybody knows what they're planning to do. And now he's saying, no. This guy is going to rip away at a woman's right to choose in a permanent way. This guy is going to make sure that he exacts revenge. This guy's going to destroy democracy. This guy's going to give a blank check to the Supreme Court and going to use it to pass the 2025 agenda.
The issue is, man, if he performs like he did, like if he stays the candidate and he performs poorly in the next debate, it's my stomach will just drop through to the center of the earth, because we're so cooked if that happens, dog. Does he genuinely think he sounds good and passionate here instead of just a ranting old man? I believe that is what he believes, yeah.
This guy's extremely dangerous. But you notice he doesn't speak up for what he really is for. He's all of a sudden realizing, oh my God, nobody's for what I'm for. But anyway, look, and again, think of the things he lied about. He talked about he gave the largest tax cut in history. Yeah, he gave the largest tax cut in history to millionaires and billionaires. So he said that he's going to, those 10% universal tax proposal is not going to drive prices higher. Every major economist in the world is saying.
I think he's doing a good job in this interview, by the way, like projecting his voice, talking, putting a little passion out there, but he needs to have like 12 more of these in a row, This is just like the first step of the tightrope, but I gotta admit, it is pretty weird how he sidestepped the Parkinson's question.
It's going to drive an average $2,500 per person. Only jobs we created for illegal immigrants.
I think that overall
I
think that overall this is. Earlier I said it's not moving the needle, but I think it like watching this improves your perception of Biden a bit, just not that much,
Back from COVID. Give me a break. That's what he said at the convention.
He's doing a good job on the attack.
Debate. Everything he said, he largely fixed COVID. You kidding me? And what happened? Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything except me and the folks out there in the local, race. He said, I did nothing to stop Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In fact, he said, I think I encouraged Russia from going, I think he encouraged Russia going in. I mean, I'm reading from the list of lies. First of all, he was made up quotes, suckers and losers. I was with it. He called the Americans in the cemeteries from World War I suckers and losers. And so this guy's going to have to start to answer for what he did. I'm not letting up, Joe. I am
Is
not.
that the crinkling of a page script? Nah, it couldn't be. It was probably one of their papers on, like, one of their desks, right?
Russia from going, I think he encouraged Russia going in. I mean, I'm reading from the list of lies. First of all, he was made up quotes, suckers and losers. I was with it. He called the Americans in the cemeteries from World War I was with it. He called the Americans.
Oh yeah, that does sound like a page turn. Again, we're micro-analyzing this, so like again, take our observations with grains of salt, but like that was paper.
In the cemeteries from World War I, suckers and losers. And so this
Hey,
guy's going
Madeline
to have
Gibson.
to start to answer for what he did. I'm not letting up, Joe. I am not letting up a little bit. And by the way, France registered, look, you talk about Europe. France rejected extremism. Democrats will reject it here as well. Trump, and this is a guy who is an extreme candidate. I can't think of a candidate in my lifetime that's been more extreme. He makes George Wallace look like a patriot.
President Joe Biden, let's.
I think he did pretty well. I think they need to coach him to be a little bit more punchy with his answers. Yeah, Troy, I agree. The perception of this is Like if I was analyzing this under normal circumstances, I'd be like, that was okay. Currently, I'm like, well, he did speak okay. He did speak okay, and I only didn't catch like 20% of what he said. Yeah, I'm not confident at all in his performances. It's not reversing my impression, I guess. I'm back to saying this is a wash. Biden's ramblings are 10 times better than Trump's ramblings? Sure, because he's saying things that are true at least. But I don't think that's enough, frankly. I'm sorry. Oh god. But it doesn't end there, folks, because of course it doesn't. We have to talk. Where did I put it? Where is? I guess I didn't prep this. My bad. Give me 1 minute. Okay. So Joe Biden rumbled my phone. No, it's not Joe Biden. I'm kidding. But Joe Biden wrote a letter to Congress. Or rather, he wrote a letter to select congressional Democrats, I should say. That letter has now been leaked, and it really does make one wonder, why is he communicating via letter? This seems weird. So let's take a look here. July 8th, 2024. Fellow Democrats, now that you've returned from the July 4th recess, I want you to know that despite all the speculation in the press and elsewhere, I am firmly committed to staying in this race, to running this race to the end, and to beating Donald Trump. I have had extensive conversations with the leadership of the party, elected officials, rank and file members, and most importantly, Democratic voters over the past 10 days or so. I've heard the concerns that people have, their good faith fears and worries, about what is at stake in this election. I'm not blind to them, believe me. I know better than anyone the responsibility and the burden the nominee of our party carries. I carried it in 2020 when the fate of our nation was at stake. I know these concerns come from a place of real respect for my lifetime of public service and my record as president, and I've been moved by the expressions of affection for me, so many who have known me well and supported me over the course of my public life. I've been grateful for the rock-solid, steadfast support from so many elected Democrats in Congress and all across the country, and taken great strength from the resolve and determination I've seen from so many voters and grassroots supporters, even in the hardest of weeks. I can respond to all this by saying clearly and unequivocally, I wouldn't be running again if I did not absolutely believe I was the best person to beat Donald Trump in 2024. I don't know where this belief is coming from, but, okay. We had a Democratic nomination process, and the voters have spoken clearly and decisively. Oh yeah, it's not like the DNC shut down multiple primaries or anything. It's not like that happened. It's not like there were no other people running against you because you were the presumptive nominee. But, this was a process open to anyone who wanted to run. Only 3 people chose to challenge me. One fared so badly he left the primaries to run as an independent. Another attacked me for being too old and was soundly defeated. The voters of the Democratic Party have voted. They've chosen me to be the nominee of the party. Do we now just say this process doesn't matter? That the voters don't have a say? I decline to do that. I feel a deep obligation to the faith and the trust the voters of the Democratic Party have placed in me to run this year. It was their decision to make, not the press, not the pundits, not the big donors, not any selected group of individuals, no matter how well intentioned. The voters and the voters alone decide the nominee of the Democratic Party. How can we stand for democracy in our nation if we ignore it in our own party? I cannot do that. I will not do that. Again, it kind of flies in the face of your statements that you shut down multiple states' primaries, but okay. I have no doubt that I and we can and will beat Donald Trump. We have a historic record of success to run it, from creating over 15 million new jobs. Uncle Tony, thank you for the $5
Hey kids,
dono.
it's y'all Uncle Tony. Just remember to stay hydrated and stay cool out there. And stay safe if you live in an area prone to wildfires. Just had one near me recently.
Well, I'm glad you're staying safe, Uncle Tony. And Batty, yes, another stream. Stream for the stream gods. Wait, stream for the content gods. There we go. Okay, yeah, touting a bunch of wins for the administration, etc., etc. And we have the second page here. That's whose side Trump and the MAGA Republicans are on. Trump and the MAGA Republicans want another $5 trillion in tax cuts for rich people so they can cut Social Security and Medicare. We will never let that happen. It's trickle-down economics on steroids. We know the way to build the economy is from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. We're going to make the rich, big corporations pay their fair share of taxes in this country. The MAGA party is also still determined to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which could throw 45 million Americans off their coverage. We will never let that happen either. Trump got rich denying housing to black people. We have a plan to build 2 million new housing units in America, etc., etc. Yeah, a lot of this does very little to address the primary concerns. It feels like very much a nuh-uh kind of response to the central question being asked. Let's see. The question of how to move forward has been well aired for over a week now. It's time for it to end. We have one job, and that is to beat Donald Trump. We have 42 days to the Democratic Convention and 119 days to the general election. Any weakening of resolve or lack of clarity about the task ahead only helps Trump and hurts us. It's time to come together, move forward as a united party, and defeat Donald Trump. Now, the issue I have with this is that while it's well written, this doesn't allay, like, if I'm a sitting Democratic congressman, okay, this does not allay my fears because the president isn't even coming to talk to me personally about it, or even to a room of us personally. He's writing a letter. Like, anyone on his staff could have written that. And I gotta be honest, when I see this, what I see is essentially the Jenny Nicholson tweet. The Jenny Nicholson tweet, by the way, is... Let's see, can I pull it up here? Yeah. The tweet where she says, you know that thing where you disagree with a guy online and suddenly his vocab switches from completely normal to writing missives from the Revolutionary War in a quill pen, as though that's going to give him some kind of intellectual high ground. I think that's basically this. I think Biden is pulling of that. Unfortunately. And also, just the response to this letter being published. I mean, you got accounts like End Wokeness here, posting, "Don't give up, Joe. Fight on. It's just a stutter. You're the sharpest man ever." Like, it's not a good look when your political enemies are championing your cause of staying in the race. This is, in fact, a bad look.
So he asked Biden, will you feel guilty if you lose, right? Like if you stay in too long and then you lose to Trump, your legacy is that you turn the presidency back over to the guy you say is a threat to democracy. Are you going to feel guilty at all? Biden's like, what is guilt? What? I don't know. No.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all.
Generally scared like Biden don't seem to realize
Hey,
he'll
my
be
rear
harmed
end.
if he loses.
If you can't slow your roll, you're gonna have to have a temp ban. Okay? I'm just letting you know. Like, the hysterical and hostile reaction you're having is like okay in the privacy of your own home. Spreading it online is getting old fast. Generally scared, like Biden doesn't seem to realize who will be harmed if he loses. Well, yeah, of course. He's insulated from the outcome either way. Story the Bard, thank you for the $5 dono.
I can do. That's what this is about.
This interview is 22 minutes long, by the way. It was not an hour because Joe Biden is not capable of going an hour. CNN reported that after the interview, Team Biden thought he did amazing.
Biden is big mad.
Biden is big mad. I would also be big mad.
But of course they're going to say that, because what are they going to say? That he did horribly? So here's a CNN report.
The issue is that he's allowed to be big mad. It's just that for the purposes of his campaign, being big mad in big public is big trouble.
On the Biden team's reaction.
The Biden campaign thinks that the interview last night did exactly what they wanted it to do. And in their thinking, they think that it showed a president who could respond to these questions, do so in an articulate fashion, and really push back against the concerns about his cognitive health. So they're looking at this as a win, seeing it as a strong interview. And really what the president was doing in that interview was showing defiance, dismissing the concerns and the critics about his candidacy.
I mean, it's not about whether or not he has the right to feel big mad. It's just that, like, that's the human reaction, you know? It's the human reaction to being told you're too old to do something. Like, you know, it's the uncomfortable conversation, like, older folks have with their parents about driving the car. A lot of senior citizens get big mad about that.
Okay, there's only one problem. No one actually believes that. Now listen, as a person who wants Donald Trump to win the presidency, I wish that the entire Democratic Party bought into this narrative. I wish they bought into the narrative that Joe Biden were doing just fine. Let me tell you, my synagogue, right, which is filled with Orthodox Jews who all think that Joe Biden is a terrible president, my synagogue is going to vote 105% for Donald Trump. I can tell you that there's a prayer that we do every week for the government of the United States in the middle of Shachri, which is the morning prayer. Okay, and that prayer involves a prayer for the health of the President of the United States. Never has that prayer been said with more fervor than in my synagogue this weekend. Because everybody who wants Trump to win is like, I hope that this guy lasts. Like, truly, he's an awful candidate. I hope he sticks around.
Again, take Ben Shapiro's word, as always, with, like, all of the salt. But, I don't know. I think maybe this is, unfortunately, a true thing. A lot of conservatives really are salivating at putting Trump up against Biden. We are friends with Hannah Reloaded, right? Yeah. Also, that's like the most cynical and completely scumbag backhanded offering ever. Right? We're praying for the health of the president, that the country is good or stable, but because we want him to lose really badly to a fat philandering douchebag? Well, yeah, of course. Hey, John Bainbridge. So they only care about Biden staying in to lose, very religious of them. Yeah. Well, they want Biden to lose. What's Shapiro mad about now? He's not mad. He's mad about Democrats wanting not Joe Biden in the race. Essentially. Hello, Windows Defender. Did you see the newly released court paperwork about Trump and Epstein and how he, yes, I have seen that. We talked about it briefly, but not in great detail. I think this is correct. There we go. Experimenting with new chat commands today. Haven't had to break that one out before. Anyway, I think it's a bad thing when some of the most evil people in the conservosphere are championing Joe Biden as president specifically because they think he's feeble, old, and dull-witted. Like, that's a bad sign. The GOP is certainly going to do whatever they're going to do because they're the opposite side and they want to win an election. I'm sure they're ginning up the whole DEI candidate argument. Oh yeah, for those of you who are unaware, the New York Post has already run a trial attack against Kamala Harris, calling her the DEI candidate. And guys, it's just the more socially appropriate way of calling her the N-word. Like let's call a spade here, okay? They're already just creating the most like racist attack ads of all time against Kamala Harris. Yeah, it's not good. But I think they're kind of trialing those because they don't know what will work if Harris does run. I think it upends a lot of conservative plans. Emma Vigeland said the same thing. Yeah, I mean Emma's when she's right, she's right. See. Just wanted to say hi, I like your stream. I'm a transgender female. I'm getting married tomorrow. Congratulations, Jamie Lynn. I'm so glad that you get to marry the love of your life. I'm sorry that it's all sorts of stressful, though. Sorry. Now the GOP has plans for Harris, like I said. You can try, but I'm pretty sure the mechanism to actually try and challenge her candidacy in court. She's running as the vice president. It's pretty straightforward to me. If Biden pulls out, like that would just put her in the driver's seat. I feel like Kamala Harris supporters are the Swifties of politics. Oh yeah, they've been biding their time, okay? Hey, Imcon. You're assuming a running mate can legally take over? I mean, I guess I am assuming that. I assumed that there would be legal mechanisms for all of that. Especially considering, like, we're not really in that kind of territory. I don't think there's any serious opposition to her candidacy. I don't think there's any legal reason she wouldn't be able to run. They can certainly try and challenge it in the courts, but I don't think it would stick. I'm too doomer-pilled right now when it comes to this election. Fair. The doomer-prone election. Now, let's just take a look at the polling. I think this segment from CNN is pretty decent.
I just want to point out where the polls are now, where they were at this point back in 2020, and Joe Biden's worst position in the polls back in 2020. Right now, Donald Trump leads in an aggregate of national polls by about 3 percentage points. If you go back 4 years ago at this point, Joe Biden was ahead by 9 points. This right now don't look anything like what we saw 4 years ago at this point. I then decided to take it a step further. What was Biden's worst 2020 polling position? He was ahead by 4 points, which basically matched what he ended up beating Donald Trump by in the national popular vote. So this 3-point advantage for Donald Trump is Donald Trump's best position versus Joe Biden, whether you include the polls this year or you include the polls last cycle. The idea that the polls underestimated Joe Biden last time around, simply put, does not hold any water, Mr. Berman.
Not in the general election, certainly. What about in terms of being...
Well, yeah, I mean, the other option is if you don't want to just switch to Kamala Harris, then you would just have a national convention, and the national convention has its own rules. If the issue is that, oh, we're going to challenge you in court, well, the Democratic convention can select anybody to be president. The delegates are just pledged to respective candidates.
Underestimated in the Trump era in general.
Yeah. So I decided to expand upon our search. Who outperformed their July national polls? This is major elections during the Trump era. We can start in the midterms, right? Take a look here. This is a 2022 midterm. This is a generic congressional ballot. In fact, Republicans were underestimated by a point. They outperformed their July polls and the actual result by a percentage point. You go back to 2018, Democrats.
Yeah, exactly, Paladin. I think a lot of donors would prefer if Harris was kept in, largely because she's related to like their fundraising apparatus already, but it wouldn't be set in stone necessarily.
Democrats did outperform their polls, but just by a point. Basically, the polls were right on at this particular point in the midterm elections. We talk about the presidential race. Last time around...
Again, I've looked into this a little bit, Shadamar. There does not appear to be any legal precedent or case that the Republicans can make about Harris or really anyone on the ballot for the DNC. Like, all that happens when like the voting happens in the primary is like delegates get sent to the national convention. The delegates then choose the candidate. So, like, we're talking inter-party politics, not the state doesn't really get a say too much, except in how the primary gets run, and that's only in some states.
Donald Trump actually did better in the results than his July polls by 5 points. You go back to 2016, you see something very similar. That is, the July polls actually underestimated Donald Trump. He outperformed his July polls. So the idea in the Trump era that the polls have underestimated Democrats, whether it be in a Joe Biden matchup, whether it be a matchup against Hillary Clinton, whether it be in the midterms, at least in the national polling.
Not necessarily
that right now shows
nine-tailed
Donald
witch.
Trump in his strongest position, simply put, is not true. If anything, the polls have underestimated Republicans during the Trump era, especially in the presidential races in 2016 and in 2020.
On that front, I mean, how unusual is it for a Republican to be ahead by this much right now?
Yeah. So let's go all the way back. Who led in early July polls? Well, right now, Donald Trump is ahead. Go back in 2020, a Democrat, Biden. 2016, Hillary Clinton, a Democrat. 2008, 2012, a Democrat. Even in 2004, where George W. Bush ended up winning, John Kerry was actually in the...
Yeah, I don't know how to tell you, Shadamar. I'm not concerned about that outcome.
Ahead in the polls at this point. You have to go all the way back to 2000, to George W. Bush being ahead in the early July polls. You have to go all the way back to the end of the 20th century, beginning of the 21st century, to find a Republican ahead at this point. 24 years. At this particular point, the idea that a Democrat is ahead, there are voters in the electorate who are dealing with a poll position they have never seen before, and that is a Republican leading in the national popular vote, at least according to the polls.
A very unusual situation. One thing I just will point out, Biden may be talking about the primaries in 2020, where he did not do well in Iowa and New Hampshire, and then he ended up with the nomination. But that's a different animal. That is a vastly different animal than any kind of a general election setting.
Correct. In fact, if you were to look back at the 2020 national Democratic primary polls, they mostly had Biden ahead, except for that little small portion, right, when he lost Iowa and then lost to New Hampshire and then lost to Nevada. But overall, those primary polls had him ahead, and then he won. And certainly when it came to the general election, the polls always had Joe Biden ahead. There wasn't a single poll that met CNN standards for publication that ever had Donald Trump ahead in 2020. And now you have a slew of them, and the average, of course, definitely has Donald Trump ahead.
History ain't what he says it is on this front. Harriet, and thank you very much.
Thank you, my
Appreciate
friend.
it. Kate?
Yeah. Again, say what you will about individual polls or whatever, the unreliability thereof, but the aggregate of the polling isn't looking good for Joe Biden. It's not looking good. It's setting historical precedent. Hey, Legala DeVille. He needs people that will confront him. The issue is... The issue is everyone in Washington is both attracted to and absolutely terrified of power. They all want power, but they are all absolutely terrified to run afoul of it. So they all choose the safest paths possible. And very few people actually want to say to Biden's face, hey, no, you're wrong. He wields an enormous amount of power over them. Make or break their career. I think tomorrow's Dem meeting is going to be decisive. Is there one happening tomorrow? I think I mean I predicted it by the end of today. I think my prediction on that one is incorrect. I don't think he's going to step down today, but the news keeps getting worse for him. And I think that he's going to step down soon. Maybe this week. Hakeem Jeffries is meeting with the Congressional Dems. Yeah, I mean, him sending out the letter today is such a show of weakness. It doesn't surprise me that Congressional Dems are scared shitless. They're relying on the president to pull them through swing states. Like they need a stronger candidate. Hey, Alan Smith. I'm doing okay. I saved enough for Elden Roll, so here's a $5 for helping me through sleepless nights and soothing my depression. Legala DeVille, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate that. And you're welcome. I'm glad I can help sleepless nights and some with the depression managing. The letter was a bitch move. I mean, the letter just indicates weakness that he can't just call them up in a Zoom meeting and tell them to their faces, Like, are we talking about Bo Biden now? Yes, we are. The letter was pathetic. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely was. End segment. Has he decided to step down yet? No, I predicted today. I was holding out. I don't think he's going to step down today. But I do kind of follow in Dragonfly's footsteps. Congressional Dems are having meetings behind closed doors, and I think they're trying to figure out how to deal with this. I loved the movie night, helped with my depression. Hope we have more. Yeah, we will absolutely have more. They're going to have to force him? Maybe.
I saved enough for Elden Roll, so here's a $5 for helping me through sleepless nights and soothing my depression.
You're welcome. What did y'all watch? I forget what we watched. Okay, folks. We have to talk about the press conference, okay? We got to talk about this press conference. Democratic messaging from the White House is bad. It is not good. Let's take a look at this press conference.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Happy Monday.
By the way, I swore that I heard she was going to be fired. I don't remember from where, but she's really bad at her job. Frankly, I think most of Biden's press secretaries are very bad. Like all of the people who are communicating for him in the White House have been very not great when it comes to the communicating.
It's going to be a great week. I have very long things, long toppers at the top. Just warning you all, no falling asleep, please. Okay, so we've gotten more strong economic news in recent days. On Friday, our economy created more than 200,000 jobs last month. Under President Biden's leadership, we have now created a total of 15.7 million jobs over the last 3.5 years. Yesterday, a record 3 million travelers were screened at airports, a sign that our economy is strong and Americans are back on the road for the summer in record numbers. Speaking of which, last week we sold 1 million barrels of gasoline to help lower gas prices ahead of the 4th of July, which saw the lowest gas prices in 3 years. And today, a new report from the Economic Innovation Group highlighted what the New York Times called a, quote, a remarkable comeback under.
That's because she's reading out like achievements of Biden policy, and she knows exactly what every single reporter in this room wants to know.
President Biden. That report found that communities that have been lifted behind struggled under the last administration, what the Times called a particularly grim stretch under Donald Trump. But those communities are coming back under President Biden, with jobs growing more than 4 times faster than in the previous 4 years. Investments spurred by the president's Investing in America agenda are benefiting previously left behind communities. That's just some of the economic progress happening under President Biden. Watch out for more news in the coming days. Exciting. And next, I want to share highlights.
Exciting. That's the most exciting thing I've ever heard.
From the president's recent schedule, as well as looking ahead to the next 2 weeks. So over the last 10 days, President Biden has been hitting the road and meeting directly with the American people, as well as continuing his job as
Uncle
leader
Tony.
of the country. In the 2 days after the debate, he met with supporters in Atlanta, Raleigh, New York, and New Jersey. Last week, he delivered remarks on the Supreme Court, visited the D.C. Emergency Operations Center for a briefing on extreme weather events, hosted a Medal of Honor ceremony, and joined the First Lady for a 4th of July barbecue with active duty military service members and their families. Throughout the week, the president also spoke with leaders of the UK, United Kingdom, Israel, and the Republic of South Africa. On Friday, the president traveled to Madison, Wisconsin for a campaign rally. On Sunday, just yesterday, he held numerous events across Pennsylvania with elected officials, including Governor Shapiro, Senator Fetterman, and Congresswoman Madeleine Dean. He participated in interviews, including joining Morning Joe just this morning, and throughout, the president has engaged with elected leaders, including members of
Yeah, no, this entire segment right here is just to show, look, he's active. Look at all the things he's doing. Exactly. It's their version of show, don't tell, you know.
Congress, governors, and local officials. This week, President Biden will speak to national labor leaders of AFL-CIO, host the NATO summit to show the unprecedented strength of our alliance, hold a press conference, a big boy press conference, according to Justin Sink from Bloomberg, who's not here, but Josh, you are here, I see you. So that will happen on Thursday, and travel to Michigan on Friday for a campaign event. And next week, he will travel to Texas and Las Vegas. On July 15th, he will commemorate the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act at the LBJ Presidential Library in Austin, Texas. He will highlight the Biden-Harris administration's progress advancing civil rights and his vision to bring America together. On July 16th, he will address the 115th NAACP National Convention in Las Vegas, emphasizing the.
Let's go live to the BWA helicopter on scene.
Paladin, thank you for the $25 dono. Thank you for letting the BWA flow into chat. Thank you so much. Yes, she did say big boy press conferences. She did say that, yes.
The Biden-Harris administration's commitment to advancing racial justice and equity for all Americans, including Black Americans. On July 17th, he will speak to the UNIDOS annual conference, where he will underline the Biden-Harris administration's historic accomplishments, including lowering prescription drug costs for America's seniors, lowering the Latino uninsured rate, and creating a Latino small business boom. And finally, I just mentioned the U.S. is going to be hosting the 75th summit, the NATO summit, right here in the United States, obviously in Washington, D.C. this week. NATO is the most powerful and capable alliance in the world, and President Biden is proud, very proud, to have worked to strengthen it and also expand it. So with that, the Admiral from the National Security Council is here to take your questions on that.
I do have a few things to get through, so I'll ask you to bear with me. As Crane mentioned, the President's looking forward to hosting the leaders from 38 different countries this week in Washington for a historic summit to mark the 75th anniversary of the NATO summit. This will obviously include the leaders of all our NATO allies, as well as NATO partners, including Ukraine, Japan, New Zealand.
Also, I thought it was going to happen here, but I guess not. Here, let me...
After that, the President will hold a press conference, I guess a big boy press conference is what we're calling it, and take some questions from y'all. Now, we're working to also set up some additional meetings.
Kill me. Like, we're calling them big boy press conferences. Why are they saying that? Because it's his big boy time. It's his big boy time to go up to the big boy podium and say his big boy words. I like that you guys are posting the swole cat meme. Repeating it doesn't instill more confidence? No, it doesn't. Why must we suffer so?
New Zealand and the Republic of Korea. Before we discuss the schedule, I just want to take a minute to discuss the context in which NATO leaders will be gathering this week. For 75 years, NATO has served a vital role in protecting the American people.
I gotta be honest, I don't want my government communicating like, you know, burnt out millennials, you know, like, what, I don't want my government, you know, making skibbity toilet references. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Please stop. Like I don't want to hear Biden or his staff talking in like Zoomer lingo. Come on. Burnt out millennials, that's me? Yeah, exactly. I know how you guys roll. I'm one of you.
And in making the world a less dangerous place. NATO is the strongest defensive alliance in history, and today it is bigger, stronger, better resourced, and more united than ever before, in large part due to President Biden's leadership over the past 3 years. He's worked hard to expand the alliance by welcoming 2 new members, Sweden and Finland, and will officially welcome in Sweden this week. He has spent countless hours rallying the alliance in 2021 and 2022 to build a global coalition to respond to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and to provide indispensable support to that country. And I'll get more on that in just a second. The President has also strongly encouraged greater partnerships between the NATO alliance and friendly...
She said it came from Bloomberg, probably desperately clawing for some levity by co-opting it. Okay.
...nations around the world, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, as you will see.
True, Eddie
The President knows that the global threats and challenges that we all face, including from authoritarian actors and terrorist organizations, are inextricably linked. He has also encouraged our NATO allies to join him in making significant investments in our mutual defense and deterrence capabilities. Now, when the Biden-Harris administration took office, only 9 NATO allies were spending at least 2% of their gross domestic product on defense. 2% was the Wales pledge. That was the goal that every member of the alliance had swore that they would get to. Today, a record 23 NATO allies are at or above the minimum level of 2% of GDP on defense spending. More than twice as many as in 2020 and nearly 8 times higher than when the Allies first set that 2% benchmark a decade ago. Now, just quickly turning to the schedule. Tomorrow evening, President Biden will welcome NATO leaders, and he and Dr. Biden will host a 75th anniversary commemoration event at the Mellon Auditorium. That is the site I think you all know when the NATO treaty was formally signed in 1949. On Wednesday, the president will hold his first bilateral meeting with the new Prime Minister of the
I guess you know that if you're in the press pool.
United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, here at the White House. The president will also meet with the 32 members of the alliance at the Convention Center. And then later that evening, he and Dr. Biden will host NATO leaders for a dinner, again here at the White House. On Thursday morning, NATO will hold a meeting with the EU and with NATO's Indo-Pacific partners. That's Australia, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and New Zealand.
Yeah, Lil Bror, that's the same with all American bases around the world, unfortunately.
To deepen our cooperation. And then on Thursday afternoon, there'll be a meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council, after which the president will host an event with President Zelensky and nearly 24 of our allies and partners who have signed bilateral security agreements with Ukraine, just as the president did, as you saw in Italy a week or so ago. After that, the president will hold a press conference, I guess a big boy press conference is what we're calling it, and take some questions.
We get it from a different angle in this shot.
Questions from y'all. Now, we're working to also set up some additional meetings, bilateral meetings. The only 2 that I can speak to right now are with the UK Prime Minister and President Zelensky.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you call it that. They're calling it that. And that's a problem because they're in front of the camera.
But I have no doubt there'll be additional bilats. And as we get more fidelity on those, we'll let you know. Finally, as customary for summits the United States hosts, there'll be a Leaders, Spouses, and Partners program hosted by Dr. Biden. Now, if I could just quickly turn to Ukraine, because back to the context for what this meeting's all about, I think it's important to just do a quick update here what the situation is on the ground. Since the passage of the supplemental in April, the president has authorized 7 security packages to help Ukraine, including 5 drawdowns of munitions and equipment. The resumption of that U.S. aid has made a significant impact on the battlefield. Instead of the nightmare scenarios that were predicted several months ago.
Okay. Here.
Hopelessness and darkness.
Thanks, Ben. Good.
Thanks, John. You mentioned the context of this summit this week. It's also the first time the president interacted with these world leaders since that disastrous debate against former President Trump 10 days or so.
Yeah, I bet every single question today is going to be about Biden and his fitness.
Ago, where the president struggled to confront the former president on all sorts of things. What is the president's, does the president feel how does he plan to reassure American allies in NATO that he is up for the job now when he couldn't confront Trump on stage then?
I think the question presupposes the notion that they need to be reassured of American leadership and President Biden's commitment, and I don't believe that's the case. We're not picking up any signs of that from our allies at all, quite the contrary. The conversations that we're having with them in advance, they're excited about this summit, they're excited about the possibilities and the things that we're going to be doing together, specifically to help Ukraine.
So you've seen zero, there have been stories in multiple outlets on both sides of the Atlantic over the last several days with questions from European leaders about the president's capacity to lead the United States. Are you just denying that?
I'm not aware of any such conversations that have been had, certainly none with us and here at the White House and with our staff. We're looking forward to it. I want to go back to what I said at the beginning. In the last 3 years, rather than browbeaten and insulting and demeaning allies, this president has invested in allies and partnerships. And when he took office, what I said, only 9 allies had reached the 2% level. Now 23. That's not by accident. That's because of leadership. That's because of constant stewardship of the alliance and other partnerships around the world. The president's record speaks for itself, and the allies and the non-NATO friends and partners that are coming as well, they know that. They wouldn't be coming. New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, to a NATO summit if they didn't believe in American leadership and how important it is, and if they didn't believe that President Biden takes that responsibility extremely seriously.
Admiral, good to see you. On the point about European country, NATO members boosting their defense spending. That was something, though, that was a big concern of the last president. It's part of the reason many of them are boosting their funding.
And it was a concern of the president before the last president. As you recall, President Obama said the same thing. This pledge goes back a decade or so. But the numbers speak for themselves, Ed. I mean, rather than browbeating and yelling and screaming and complaining and whining about it, President Biden invested in this alliance. And just the last 3.5 years now, more than double the number of allies have reached that 2%.
Two questions on the fallout from the debate. Have you, in your meetings with him, ever seen him appear similarly to the way he did on debate night?
Look, I'm a spokesman.
And you're in a lot of meetings with him.
I am. The last thing I'm going to do is sit here and talk about every meeting I've had with the president. What I can tell you is, what I saw in that debate is not reflective of the man and the leader and the commander-in-chief that I have spent many, many hours with over the last 2.5 years in terms of the specificity of the way he probes, the questions he asks. Heck, just this morning, he was asking me questions about the situation on the European continent that I couldn't answer, and I told him I had to get back to him.
When he met with governors last week, he suggested he'd like to curtail events that begin after 8 p.m. at night, just because he'd rather focus on resting and doesn't want to have a long day. In your understanding of things, has the National Security Council ever withheld information from him he should have known late at night out of concern he might not be able to process it?
No.
Russia has bombed Ukraine's largest children's hospital, as you noted. Do you believe the timing of these strikes is meant to send a message to NATO ahead of this week's summit?
It's hard to draw a line, Mary, to that. I mean, sadly, this is par for the course for Mr. Putin to hit civilian infrastructure, and he doesn't care whether he's hitting hospitals or residential buildings. I can't draw the line that this is some sort of message. But look, I mean, as I said, what you're going to see over the course of the week is a very set of strong signals and messages to Mr. Putin that he can't wait NATO out, can't wait the United States out, that we're going to continue to support Ukraine.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're here. Okay. I just wanted to ask about the air defenses and some of the sort of deliverables that are coming out of the NATO summit. Can you walk us through what you think will be happening in terms of any additional commitments in addition to the funding packages that come? And can you say a few words about this?
I got a question. What happens if an emergency happens while Biden is taking a nap? I mean, they wake him up, presumably.
Project to sort of consolidate the way that weapons are going to Ukraine through the distribution center. That I think there's a center that'll be set up in Wiesbaden under coordination.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. The purpose for me to come today was just kind of give you the laydown of the summit ahead, and not to get too far ahead of the leaders and the specific deliverables. But so without doing that and without getting fired, I'll just tell you that. You're going to see some announcements on air defense. You're going to see some announcements on deterrence capabilities, not just with respect to helping Ukraine, but boosting the alliance. You're going to see some announcements with respect to the defense industrial base and how to shore up that and make it more resilient and invest it more, including in our own industrial base here in the United States. And you're going to see, as I alluded to, some discussion about Ukraine's path to NATO and what that can look like, and a reaffirmation of what the president has long said, that NATO is in Ukraine's future.
Just to follow up on that, can you say whether the word irreversible will be in the communique?
I'm not going to get ahead of the specific language one way or the other.
And then just on Israel and Gaza, can you say anything about the Israeli response to the Hamas response to the ceasefire proposal? Lots of responses.
Yeah, so no surprise to y'all, I'm not going to negotiate here from the podium in public. I would just tell you that there has been some back and forth. As you know, we have a team in Cairo right now that includes Brett McGurk and the director of the CIA. They're meeting with their Egyptian, Israeli, and Jordanian counterparts, and there'll be follow-on discussions after that over the next few days. Look, we've been working this very, very hard, and there are still some gaps that remain in the two sides and the positions. But we wouldn't have sent a team over there if we didn't.
Yeah, a couple of gaps that we're gonna quibble on, well, tens of thousands die. And when I say will quibble on, I mean Israel will just pretend to entertain and then shoot down.
Didn't think that we had a shot here, and we're going to take every shot we can to see if we can't get this ceasefire deal in place.
Within days?
I couldn't give you a date certain.
Good, David.
Thank you. John, thanks for doing this. First, just to follow up on the communique, even if you can't get into irreversible, the president's objection last year and Chancellor Schultz's objection, if I remember Vilnius correctly, was that neither one of them wanted a date set for fear, I assume, that the United States and its allies would be drawn into the ground war if Ukraine was still at war while a NATO member. Does that remain today to be his primary objection? Is he willing to do wording that just is short of a date? Because even if you do the word irreversible or not, it doesn't really change the meaning very much of what you published in Vilnius. And I have a second on just the level of...
Look, I'll make this simple but unsatisfying. Again, I'm not going to get into the text and the discussions about what the draft's going to look like, David. I think
did they just switch the sign language interpreter like mid press conference? That's a new lady, right? I'm not crazy, right? Like, this is a different person. Yeah, okay. Weird. Why would they switch out in the middle?
I think you can understand that. But I do think your question is important to provide some context to. The president still believes that NATO is in Ukraine's future. What that future looks like depends on an awful lot of factors. Right now, you got a war going on inside Ukraine, and the focus rightly's got to be on helping them win that war. And we are, as I detailed in my opening statement. Number two, for any country that wants to join NATO, any country, and it's an alliance of democracies, the democracies have to meet certain guidelines, particularly when it comes to governance. And we are and will continue to work with Ukraine on reforms that are necessary for any democracy that wants to be a member of NATO. And then the third thing I'd say is, it's a unanimous vote. Everybody has to be on board with that, and that can take some time as well. So the focus is on...
Oh, you know what, Glitchmaster, I hadn't ever really considered that. ASL interpreters need breaks. It can be tiring. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, that makes sense. I just had never really thought of it in like the sense that like, ASL is more of like a performance, I guess, than just using your mouth.
Making sure that they can win now and that we can continue to work with Ukraine so that there is a path to NATO. The last thing I'd say is back to the bilateral security agreement that the president signed with President Zelensky at the G7 in Italy. I mean, we're one of many other nations that have done that too, because we know that whenever this war ends, however it ends, and whatever the border looks like, Ukraine's still going to have a long border with Russia that's going to need to be defended. And they're going to need the reassurance of being able to put forth a capable and competent defensive capability against Russian forces going forward. And that's why we're making sure that there are things in line to make sure that Ukraine can defend itself.
One follow-up on that. You mentioned that it was 10 years ago that the 2% GDP goal was set. Obviously, there was no war underway at that time, and so the entire security situation looks radically different than it did when that was set.
Well, I beg to differ. There was fighting in Afghanistan, and Mr. Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014.
Yeah. But I think the 2% may have been set.
It was in Wales. It might have been set before the invasion, but nevertheless, it was still a tense security environment.
Right. We're in something much different today. I think we're all in agreement, just given the amount of arms going in. So, is part of the president's message at this summit that 2% is in the rearview mirror, that the NATO allies are going to have to be spending significantly more than that, maybe double that, for some countries, some larger economies? Or is he going to stay away from numbers? I know it's politically sensitive with all of them. You mentioned mentioned the word win. I was wondering how you're defining that.
Okay, there's a lot there. The president's not going to set a new bar or a new level of GDP spending on defense here at this summit. The goal is 2%. It was a commitment everybody made 10 years ago. Not everybody's there. Most of the remaining nations that haven't reached 2%, most of them, not all, are working on it and are getting there. And so I think the president wants, to focus on that. Wants to laud and commemorate those who have, but also make it clear that those who haven't still have some work to do. On win, I think we've been consistent about this. I mean, at least I think I have. I mean, we want all of Ukraine's sovereign territory respected, which means we want no Russian forces in any part of Ukraine by the internationally recognized boundaries.
Interesting.
You just said, answering a question to Zeke, you're not picking up on signs of allies needing reassurances when it comes to President Biden. But the allies also look for a secure United States. Have you heard any conversations from the allies about issues of the elections process here, what they've been seeing, and the stability of the United States in the next few months, couple of years, etc.?
I'm not aware of any specific conversations with respect to our domestic political situation. But look, April, we watch the domestic political situation of our allies and partners, of course, like we did with the UK and with France over the weekend, and we have no doubt that they're watching ours as well, and that
this is such an interesting example of like communication and reporting, because like on the one hand, why on earth is it even worth sending reporters to get statements from like the White House press secretary? Like they're just giving you like kind of bad info. They're giving you the propaganda lines. But what's so interesting is the way in which the propaganda lines point towards the truth. Like it's so interesting. I find it fascinating. Like this guy is being very insincere while answering most of these questions. And what's really interesting is what we can still get out of it, despite the fact that like he's omitting a lot, or like using euphemism, or straight up lying, Once you know how to decode it, it's just kind of like a fascinating, word vomit to pick through.
They'll be watching our election with a lot of keen interest. We certainly would expect that. But I'm not aware of any conversations that we've had at senior levels here, at the NSC or elsewhere at the White House, from allies specifically about this particular election.
Members of the European Union who gathered reporters a couple of years ago with concerns about democracy here?
They might be talking to y'all, but I'm not aware of any specific conversations here.
Just want to circle back, Admiral, on Ed's question. So you said broadly that the president, in your view, is not represented by what was on the debate stage. Then you gave us an anecdote about a meeting today where he was engaged and so forth. Are you saying you have never encountered a situation where you thought that he was displaying any of those symptoms or affectations, or something that would give pause, or are you just declining to answer one way or another?
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable answering these kinds of questions because as a spokesman, my job is to be an advisor and counselor, and I don't think it's appropriate for a spokesman to... Yeah, I did, because I wanted to make it clear. So, yes, I'm uncomfortable with these kinds of questions, but to answer your specific question, in my experience, the last 2.5 years, I have not seen any reason whatsoever to question or doubt his lucidity, his grasp of content.
So, while this might seem like a very strong statement, it's also one of the most common ways of phrasing things that will later allow for deniability, or at least being like, oh, I didn't lie. Like, in my experience, or I can't recall, or I can, I vaguely remember blah. Like, these are things that one could plausibly back away from or reframe, restructure, etc. in the future. I feel like it's a carefully considered word choice, which I find interesting.
Context, his probing nature, and the degree to which he is completely in charge of facts and figures. And if he isn't, what I've seen is, because it happens.
His probing nature that's completely in charge. Half the bottoms in chat suddenly having non-flashbacks to Joe Biden with a beard.
To me this morning, when he isn't, and when I can't be in command of those facts and figures, I have to fess up and go get the information that he's asking for. And he asked me some questions this morning I didn't have answers for.
Okay, Nadia. Thank you, Karine. Two questions on the Middle East. Israel has conducted the largest seizure of land in the West Bank, which undermines the president's vision for two-state solution. So why the White House has been not mum on that, and will the president?
Yeah, it's not that we've been mum. There was a statement.
We haven't been mum. No mum. We haven't been mum. We put out a statement somewhere, and who knows where, but we did put out a statement. It might be locked in a vault behind several floors of armed guards, but it's out there.
Put out by the State Department about this call for settlements. We continue. Nothing's changed about our view that settlements continue to be counterproductive to peace and stability and the possibility of a two-state solution. We don't support
Snuggle
that.
Kitten.
Okay, and second, you mentioned about the Ukraine and Russia in terms of the civilian casualties. The UN said today that actually half of the facilities of UNRWA has been hit, and 520 people have been killed in addition to the aid workers. So do you still believe that Israel is doing what it takes to protect civilian lives, including women and children?
We certainly believe that they need to continue to do more to protect innocent civilian life.
It's great that you believe that. What are you doing to ensure that that happens?
Yeah, but we're not doing much. I mean, I've been asking this question for 9 months.
Your question wasn't about what they're doing or not doing. Your question was, do we believe that they should do more? And my answer is yes, well, they need to do more to protect.
See, this is exactly the kind of weasel wording and like considered language I was talking about. You didn't ask me about what they were doing. You asked me about whether we think that they can do more, and we always think they can do more. Checkmate, atheists. Like, yeah, it's a real Obi-Wan Kenobi from a certain point of view ass response.
Protect civilian life, and we're going to continue to have conversations with them about how they're prosecuting these operations.
Thanks, John. Just sticking with the Middle East, but connecting it to the other big story. During the ABC News interview on Friday, George Stephanopoulos asked the president, was he, quote, the same man today that you were when you took office 3.5 years ago? And the president's reply began, in terms of successes, yes, I was also the guy who put together a peace plan for the Middle East that may be coming to fruition. Now, it may or may not be coming to fruition, we don't know. We do know 38,000 people have been killed in Gaza, almost 2 million displaced, and according to UNICEF, 1 in 3 children under the age of 2 is suffering from acute malnutrition. Does the president...
And as we covered in the Lancet the other day, the lower estimate for the number of total casualties, total death toll from this conflict is estimated to be like 150,000-ish or 180,000, somewhere in there. And it could be as high as over 500,000. So there are only 2.2 million people in Gaza at the beginning. Like it's basically a quarter of the Gazan population on the high end. And we have no idea between which it is, but it's either around 10% of the Gaza population or 50% or 25%. that's based on numbers we have now.
Doesn't consider his Gaza policy a success.
The president believes wholeheartedly that this ceasefire proposal that we are trying to get done will make a big difference in terms of not only temporarily ceasing hostilities, but potentially giving us an opening to end this conflict.
I mean, it's between a decimation and a genocide. I would argue that decimation can constitute genocide, so might be both. Why not? It might be a why not both situation. I mean, I guess it's either a decimation or a quartering of the population. Like, horrifying to think about.
It's important to remember how this started, and you talked about our Gaza policy. I'll state it for you again. We want to make sure Israel has a right to defend itself from the kinds of attacks it suffered on the 7th of October, which I know is easy for people to forget. 1,200 people slaughtered, most at a music festival. Number two, that Israel's doing everything they can to protect innocent civilian life. Is it enough? No. They need to continue to do more. And that we are doing everything we can to give humanitarian assistance into the people of Gaza. That's our Gaza policy. And as the president has also said, we would be and will still continue to be willing to adjust the policies that we are executing with respect to Gaza as we see things unfold on the ground.
But the broader question was, does he consider his policy to have been successful?
Israel is defending itself against a terrorist attack, so we can check that off. Humanitarian assistance continues to flow. In fact, if it wasn't for the United States, I dare say that not a fraction.
I don't really know that you can constitute what Israel is doing at the moment as protecting itself from a terrorist attack. I don't think you could view it as that. No.
The humanitarian assistance that is getting into Gaza, we get in. Is it enough? No. And the Israelis have taken some steps to be more precise, more discriminate, and more careful in their operations. Is it enough? No. So we're going to keep at it. We're going to keep working on this.
Is it enough? No. The president described Israel as bombing, indiscriminate bombing in December. 7 months have passed and you have paused one arms shipment, as I understand. Is that correct?
That's right. Is there a question here?
Do you think that that's an effective response to indiscriminate bombing of a civilian population?
It's never right to be conducting indiscriminate bombing of a civilian population. That's why we continue to work with the Israelis to be more precise, to be more careful.
All right, just a couple more. Go ahead, Michael.
Sorry. Hi, Admiral.
I really want there to be a little bit more back and forth where, like, one of these journalists is just allowed to say, like, but they're not improving. Like, there's most of the people kill their children. Like, what do you mean? You're working with them. It's clearly ineffective.
Can I just start with the Middle East as well? Hamas has accused Netanyahu of putting obstacles in the way of the ceasefire deal that is being talked about now. Does the US think that Netanyahu's government is doing everything it can to secure the ceasefire deal?
We're working hard to get that ceasefire deal in place. I'm not going to negotiate here in public or talk about who's saying what and who's doing what. We have seen both sides now, as Andrea rightly asked in her question. We've seen both sides come out with some public statements with respect to the text. The last thing I'm going to do is get into bartering here. We're trying to close those gaps as best we can. We wouldn't have sent the CIA director or Brett McGurk to Cairo if we didn't believe it was worth a shot and worth a chance. I would also add that on both sides, you see public comments that aren't necessarily fully reflective of the conversations that we're having with privately with them or their interlocutors.
Secondly, just on Ukraine, there was a bit of an information battle over the weekend. The Russians said that they destroyed 2 Ukrainian Patriot missile systems. The Ukrainians said that they were decoys. Does the US have its own independent evaluation of what happens during that strike? And what is the state of Ukraine's air defense system when it comes to Patriot missile systems?
Yes, we do. I'm not going to talk about it. And I think you're going to hear more here this week about what the Allies and the United States are going to do to continue to bolster Ukrainian air defense. Look, I know we get hung up on the Patriots, and I get that. There has been contributions of Patriot systems by other nations. We talked about how we're resequencing some of our our deliveries of Patriot interceptors from some countries, now diverting them to Ukraine. We're doing that. Other nations are also trying to contribute Patriots. But let's not get caught up on just one system. There's short range, there's medium range, and there's long range air defense. And Ukraine needs all of it. And again, I think you're going to see this week the Allies really stepping up and showing that they're willing to continue to provide those kinds of capabilities.
Go ahead, Josh.
John, Viktor Orban is visiting China right now on the heels of a visit to Russia. I'm wondering.
Yeah, none of this is actually like addressing underlying issues. All right, I'm not super interested about ongoing foreign policy discussions. Let's jump ahead.
Okay, well, all the debate questions have been answered. Press conference answered. Let me close my book and get out of here. Hi, Zeke.
Thanks, Green. My first view is on the credibility of this White House when it comes to talking about the president's health. When you were here last Tuesday, you were asked if the president had had any medical examinations since his physical in February, or that included the time period after the debate. You said flatly no. 3 days later, you admitted that the president had a quote short check-in with the medical team thereafter. I mean, those are two very different answers.
No. Actually, if you were to listen to I think I did a 30-minute gaggle on Friday, 30 minutes with I think
So
it was
silly that they call them those.
with the pool, and I said he did not have a medical. I cleared it up. You're right. You're correct. I said he didn't. I still stand, but he didn't have a medical exam. I said that in the gaggle, and you're right. I said that in the briefing. He had a check-in with, and he said this on Friday. He had a check-in with his medical doctor, which is something that he does a couple times a week, as you know, and I stated this as well. He has, for those who don't know, obviously outside of the briefing room, outside of the White House, many Americans don't actually understand this, so let's take a step back. They deal with their medical issues or physicals very, very differently. They are very, they are lucky if they get to see their doctor once or twice a year, right? They have to get in a car, they have to either take public transportation in order to make that happen. The president's medical unit is literally down on the other side of the colonnade, is just down the steps from the residence, and so a couple times a week he does a check-in, a verbal check-in with his doctor while he's exercising. That is something that happens often. Matter of fact, he did a check-in today because I know folks were going to ask about if he was tested for COVID. He was not. We are following CDC guidance. He was not tested for COVID.
Wait, this is a good question, non-aesthetic witch. My understanding of these people's position is very vague. Do they have to lie to us regardless of what they believe, or is it their choice to lie to us as well? It's a few things. Number one, their job is to go out and massage the facts in the most flattering way to the people they work for. That's their job. They're PR mouthpieces. They're there to make the president or candidate look good. That's their only job. And is it their choice to lie to us? In a way, yes. Because, one, they don't view it as lying. They view it as being honest, in a sideways kind of way. They are generally picked for this position because they genuinely believe stuff along these lines. But if they ever had a change of heart, they're obligated to not show that and to advocate for the president to the best of their abilities. Yeah. So, they're chosen for these jobs based on their, the quality of their belief. $1,000 says Joe's cognitive issues are long COVID. That might be a good bet. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm just someone who's saying it doesn't look good for his campaign. That's it. Not a brain doctor. He might be perfectly mentally fit. I just know that the perception is not there.
COVID, just to let you guys know about that one. And if he has any symptoms, obviously we would test him.
Is that in the context of the second gentleman's diagnosis?
Yes, which is why. No. It's in context of the second gentleman. But to answer your point, he did not have a medical exam. He did not have a physical. He did do a verbal check-in with his doctor a couple days after the debate. And it was very quick. It was a couple of words that were spoken to each other, and that's how we were able to give you that answer. But he did not have a medical exam. He did not have a physical.
When you said no, though, last Tuesday,
Yeah.
was, did you know about that verbal check-in, or
No.
did we just not ask him that precise enough questions?
So the line of questions that I was getting that day was, in the way that I was hearing the question, was about the medical exam. I answered MJ's question when she asked me medical exam, and I answered and I said no, physical. And then somebody else asked me, was there a check-in? I did not mean to steer anybody wrong. I was still thinking about the medical exam. I was still thinking about the physical. That's how I answered the question. And then when it became, when the president actually spoke to it, I went back, asked the medical doctor, and he said they had a verbal check-in. That's what he said. But in answering the question, I was talking about the medical exam. I was talking about the physical.
And then two quick ones. There's been a lot of reporting in the last 24 hours about a Parkinson's expert.
I do want to say, I don't think this is going to be the fall of the DNC. I think the DNC is going to take action in self-defense.
To visit the White House almost a dozen times over the last year or so, including at least one meeting with the president's physician. Could you state, like, very clearly, yes or no, was that expert here to participate in anything surrounding the care of the President of the United States?
So let me just say a couple of things. We have had a comprehensive, and I just want to take another step back, comprehensive physical examination. The president has had that. We've given a comprehensive report. We've shared that the past 3 years. Every year that he has had this exam, he sees a neurologist. And just to give you a quote from that, from the report most recently in February, an extremely detailed neurological exam was again reassuring in that there were no findings which would be consistent with any cerebellar or other central neurological disorder, such as a stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ascending lateral sclerosis, end quote. So that came directly from in February in that comprehensive report that was provided by the president's doctor.
I mean, that's okay. That's nice. I missed that when I looked at it myself. I retract my comments.
To me, that I share with all of you, so anyone who is watching can certainly go to our website.
The question, which was this expert's visits, was multiple visits to the White House pertaining at all to the president's care?
Here's the thing. I've said he has had three. He has had three physicals. In those 3 physicals, that's when he has seen a specialist, a neurological specialist. I have to be super mindful here, and this is why, and I'll explain this to you in a second. There are thousands of military personnel who come onto this White House. Many of them get the care from the White House medical unit, and so need to be super careful. There are, the medical unit hosts a wide range of specialists, from dermatologists to neurologists, and so I cannot speak to every person because there's actually a security reasons to protect their privacy. We respect and protecting people's privacy, so do not want to share. I'm not going to share people's names from here, but the president, I can tell you, has seen a neurologist 3 times, as it's connected to a physical that he gets every year that we provide to all of you.
That's a very basic, direct question.
Wait, hold on, wait a second.
8 times, or at least once, in regards to the president specifically.
Hold on.
I think people really need a straightforward answer on this one.
Hold on a second.
That's what you should be able to answer by this point.
Wait, no. No, wait a minute. Ed, please. A little respect here, please.
Hey, Bird Scout.
So every year, around the president's physical examination, he sees a neurologist. That's 3 times, right? So I am telling you that he has seen a neurologist 3 times while he has been in this presidency. That's what I'm saying. I am telling you that he has seen them 3 times. That is what I'm sharing with you, right? So every time he has a physical, he has had to see a neurologist. So that is answering that question.
No, it's not.
No, it is. It is. You're asking me.
I cannot.
But I also said to you, Ed, I also said to you, for security reasons, we cannot share names. We cannot share names. We have to. We have to.
Others he would have met with.
We
but
cannot.
You can share names in regards to if someone came here in regards to the president.
We cannot share names of specialists broadly, from a dermatologist to a neurologist. We cannot share names. There are security reasons. We have to protect. I understand that. I hear you.
It's right there for anyone to see.
Ed, I hear you. I cannot from here confirm any of that because we have to keep their privacy. I think they would appreciate that too. We have to give them.
The doctor.
We have to keep their privacy.
It is
It's
public.
public information.
I hear you.
And you're going to allow this to fester longer, Kareem, unless the White House answers the
hold on a second. There's no reason to go back and forth and be in this
we
aggressive
have
way.
Miffed around here about how information's been shared with the press corps about him.
What do you missed about? What do you miss about?
Everything he just asked about.
And then every time I come back and I answer the question that you guys asked.
Correctly, you didn't have to come back and clean up.
I never answered the question incorrectly. That is not true. I was asked about a medical exam.
Is this live? No, but it happened about 2 or 3 hours ago.
I was asked about a physical. That was in the line of question that I answered. And I said, no, he did not have a medical exam. And I still stand by that. Matter of fact, the president still stands by that. He had a verbal check-in. That is something that the president has a couple times a week. A couple times a week.
Now in regards to Dr. Kevin Kennard.
And I am telling you right now that I am not sharing confirming names from here. It is a security reasons. I am not going to do that, Ed. It doesn't matter how hard you push me. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me. I'm not going to confirm a name. It doesn't matter if it's even in the log. I am not going to do that from here. That is not something.
But I'm genuinely confused here. I understand that she doesn't want to do it from there, but it's in the publicly available log. So you could just confirm this conversation or what the consultation was about. You can just confirm that. That's it. Was it about Parkinson's? If it wasn't, this is a really weird way to go about that. Dispelling that myth. Like, part of her job is to pretend to not understand the questions. Well, yeah, of course. Like, yeah, sure. Their job is to be oppositional to the press. I understand the dynamic. It's just that, like, it's actually kind of shocking because it just brings more attention to an issue that they're trying to downplay. The doctors need to stay private. I get that it would threaten the doctor's safety. I get that. But if it would threaten the doctor's safety, why are you having them sign publicly available, like, sheets and minutes? You're kind of putting them at risk with that policy then.
I am going to do. What I can share with you is that the president has seen a neurologist for his physical 3 times. 3 times. And it is in the reporting that we share a comprehensive reporting. Matter of fact, it's more than what the last guy shared, and it is in line with what George W. Bush did. It's in line with what Obama.
I also understand that it might be very demeaning for Joe Biden to take a test, like a cognitive test, and to, like, prove his fitness after that debate performance. I understand that could be deeply offensive and irritating and anger-inducing, but, like, it would clear up this situation a lot faster than it is being cleared up at the moment, frankly. If there's nothing to worry about. Like, is it irritating as hell? Absolutely. Stoudman, thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs. You got Pond, Curtis, and Pestilence. Two newcomers. Let's go. Well, not Pond, Curtis. You've been here a while.
Obama did. And so it is comprehensive. It is out there. I just read a quote from it, but I am not going to devolve somebody's name or confirm someone. I'm not going to do that.
Stoudman, if you type out your message, I'll read it.
That is as privacy for that person. I'm not going to do that. It doesn't matter how hard you push me. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me from here. I'm just not going to do that. It is inappropriate and it's not acceptable. So I'm not going to do it.
Not about the name.
Go ahead.
If you cannot
confirm the name, can you confirm whether or not the president has seen this Parkinson's specialist? And you mentioned.
Is this going to be a situation where each and every single one of the members of this press corps are just going to ask some variation of the same question? It would be funny, but it's also, like, poison for his campaign.
3 times, but the visitor logs show a duration of 8 visits over 8 months. I think that is the crux of the question.
But I also said there are thousands of.
Oh, Stadman. My preferred way this ends is that the DNC meets at the convention center with all the delegates in a few weeks. Joe shows up, they put him in a little room and keep him in there, and then announce at the start of the convention that the real candidate is a mystery that will slowly be revealed over the course of the convention. And when they are finally revealed, they'll come out to that fucking song from 90s sports events, and it'll be Bernie Sanders with a sealed chair. That man had a family. Yep.
Military personnel that come to the White House, and they are under the care of the medical unit. They are.
So can you confirm that the Parkinson's specialist visits were for the president or not?
What I can tell you is that the president has seen a neurologist 3 times, and I read to you what the neurologist has said, and I read to you the last line. I could say it again. No findings which would be consistent with any cerebellar or other central neurological disorders such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ascending lateral sclerosis. That is from February. That is coming from February. That is what the medical unit, the president's doctor, shared. And I said to you, it's happened 3 times. Each time there is a physical that occurs, and we put out a comprehensive report. That is when he has been able to see a specialist. So that's what I can share.
Question on this.
I like Bernie. He is too old though. Don't put him in. He can't lift the steel chair anymore.
President, you mentioned Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, all of these things. One diagnosis that we have heard of, potential diagnosis, is hydrocephalus, which is fluid buildup in the brain.
One diagnosis we have heard is autism. Is the president autistic? He does talk about his big infrastructure bill quite a bit. It had lots of funding for trains. Many people are asking, is Joe Biden autistic? How much time does he spend per week playing city builders? Tell me! Tell me!
It's something we've never heard in any of the medical reports. Is that something that the president has been evaluating?
If it's not in the medical report, obviously it's not something that the president is dealing with. Well, I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House out of privacy.
Question is, will the president go to the Hill today? I know we saw his letter. Is he intending to have this conversation face-to-face?
So look.
Wait a minute. Counter argument, Paladin. I do want them to ask if Joe Biden has leprosy. I want them to just run through some of the most obscure diseases in America, you know, just to be safe.
The president, obviously this is someone who is a senator for 36 years, who was the president of the Senate as when he was vice president for 8 years, and he truly respects the members of Congress, and has always and will always do that, especially as a former senator.
Does Joe Biden have sickle cell anemia? Oh God,
senator. And I will say, and you've heard us say this before, or most recently, is this is a president who's won the primary, right, by 14 million votes, 87% of those votes, so certainly. And look, I don't have any engagements to read out, you know, outside of that, but I will say.
Actually, very important question: does Joe Biden have Ebola? If so, we need to get him into lockdown stat. Call the doctors.
That the president was in Pennsylvania. I just mentioned at the top, he got to see Senator Fetterman, Senator Casey.
Did the president try on too many hats at a local kindergarten while giving a speech, only to realize he had contracted lice? What we need to know, the American people need to know if the president has bugs on his head.
He also got to see Congresswoman Dean. He spent some time with them. They traveled across.
Jesus Christ. Is President Joe Biden boy preggers is certainly a comment. How did multiple of you have the same question?
Across Pennsylvania, and I will say when the president gets knocked down, he gets back up. This is quintessential Joe Biden, and there are a long list of other congressional members who have shown their support for this president. I don't have.
Does Joe Biden have please confirm, does Joe Biden have a resident potion master like the King of England? Okay? You know, what if modern medicine fails us and we need like a spiritual intervention? Do we have some type of American Merlin-like figure that can feed him potions?
Have anything else to read out? You saw the letter. The letter was, I think, pretty clear on where the president stands, and I'll just leave it there.
Also, Paladin, since you're here, and Dragonfly, what do you guys think of the president sending a letter to top Democrats? I feel like that's a very weird move if you're trying to dispel whether or not you're capable of governing, you know? Is Joe Biden being ratatouille? Can you confirm or deny? Yeah, it's weak. That was my takeaway as well.
You've noted that there are thousands within the Walter Reed system who may be treated by a specialist who visits here at the White House, but this neurologist had a meeting with the president's physician, with his doctor. You're refusing to say if he was here to evaluate the president or if he was consulting on the president's health, so what then was that meeting about?
And I will say that Dr. O'Connor leads the medical unit. He leads the medical unit. No, because we will not confirm or speak to names that you're providing to me. It is out of security reason, is out of protecting someone's privacy. We're just not going to.
But, like, what privacy are you respecting when the meeting is already public record? I just don't understand this line of argument. Is Joe Biden suffering from disco fever? Can you confirm his whereabouts last Friday night during the disco inferno in Washington, D.C. that claimed 64 lives? I can, however, provide a diagnosis. Joe Biden is down with the sickness. Does Joe Biden have scurvy?
To do that, but they are. The reason that I mention that is because there are 1,000 military.
If he wanted to reassure people, he would have called them privately, and then they make the joint statement. Yeah, exactly. Or, like, even if he had them on a Zoom call, it would have been better, you know?
Members that do indeed use the White House medical unit. They do. They get care from that.
We're talking about the president of the United States.
Guys, I'm trying to answer the question so you can connect the dot that there are multiple neurologists that come, not neurologists, specialists that come through here because there are more than 1,000 medical military personnel here,
But you certainly could clear this all up just by saying what he was doing here and if it was connected to the president, yes or no?
I am not going to
I hadn't watched this prior to stream. I'm actually surprised that they are doing the thing where each journalist is asking about the president's mental condition. This is incredible. Like, I could not have predicted this a week ago.
Confirm that a particular neurologist, anybody, it doesn't matter if they're a dermatologist or a neurologist, I'm just not going to do that. I shared with all of you that the president has been with the neurologist 3 times as it relates to his physical, 3 times. So, you know, I'm just not, Guys, I'm just not going to do that out of security reasons, out of privacy. It is not something that I'm going to do. A measure of privacy we have to be able to give people from here.
One other question. Again, the president's doctor, you say, has seen no reason to evaluate him for Parkinson's since his physical in February. Is that based on these verbal check-ins that you've been describing, based on his public appearances?
Wait, say that one more time?
You said that the president's doctor has seen no reason to evaluate him or reevaluate him for Parkinson's since that physical in February.
Has Joe Biden contracted gonorrhea? The public needs to know. We have a duty to know.
What is that based on? Is it these
Well,
verbal check-ins?
Does Joe Biden feel the burn?
I never said
That's
that.
what the White House has said.
Well, what I have said is what I have said.
Yeah, I mean, if this press conference was to set reporters' minds at ease and try to move past this PR crisis, it has utterly failed. Like, this extended segment from the press conference is more than enough to send the presses into overdrive for like the next week at least.
Is that he just had a physical just in February, and the physical was very clear. It was a comprehensive physical. We gave out a report on that, and you know, as it relates to the check-ins, that is something that is common. The president has a medical unit that is literally down the hall that he's able to check in with when necessary. They normally do it while he's exercising. That is not uncommon. It is very different. It is very different than any everyday American. They do not have that option. They do not have that access because he's president of the United States. Every other president has had that access, and they are able to do that.
So just to be clear, yes or no, has his physician seen a reason to reevaluate him for Parkinson's since the February physical?
No, the comprehensive report that you all have stands. The president obviously will have another physical, and we'll wait for that physical.
Great.
Yeah.
So the president has said twice that he's had neurological evaluations as part of his physicals, you know, in these various interviews today and also on ABC. But there have been a number of people who have said, listen, you know, why don't you have a cognitive test just to rule out that there are any issues?
Reasonable question when frankly the media fervor around this is this high. I need to get the Mamala quote on the soundboard.
Would the president, you know, would you counsel him to do that just to sort of put an end to these questions?
Andre, I hear you. The neurologists have said it is not warranted. The president himself, he said it today, he said it multiple times. Again,
Even if the neurologist said it's not warranted, you can just be like, we need it for PR reasons, so do it anyway. They're the president's doctor. They're on call to do that.
And the doctor has said this. Everything that he does day in and day out as it relates to delivering for the American people is a cognitive test. And that...
Again, the response here that like, oh, well, every day as president, existence is a cognitive test. That doesn't really sell a narrative, okay? Like, I'm mentally ill. It just kind of seems like you're saying, well, we can't possibly get him analyzed by a doctor. You know, it couldn't just do it. Just do it. It's part of their job. You can put out the results if there's nothing to show. And if there is something to show, I think we kind of, as the American public, deserve to know that. I think that it's a relevant piece of information for the American public to know.
That is what the medical doctor has said. That is what the specialist...
Like, I don't care if I don't know, for example, like a coworker's mental health condition, okay? That's not my business. It's fine. For the presidency, I kind of want to know. I want to know if there's going to be like massive mood swings or like, you know, days where the president is unable to function due to like mental health crises. that can both be like purely psychological, or it can also be neurological in nature. Like, I think we deserve to know if someone has a cognitive condition when they run for the presidency. And granted, the physical and the neurological evaluation in February sounds great. But when people have such serious concerns like they do right now, get another analysis like now. It'll lay a lot of people's fears and put this story to rest, but they're not going to do that. Person, woman, man, camera, TV, yeah.
I just want to take a step back for a second, because I do take offense to what Ed alluded to. You know, come out here, every day there's a press briefing, and we do our best to give you the information that we have at the time. That's what we do. And we understand that the freedom of the press, we respect the freedom of the press. You heard me talk about this last week. I appreciate the back and forth that we all have. I try to respect you, and I hope you try to respect me. And we literally do everything that we can. My team does everything that we can to make sure we get the answers to you. That's what we do. And sometimes we disagree.
You are not annoying, Uncle Tony.
Sometimes we are not in agreement. But you know what? That's democracy. That is what is important, to have that healthy back and forth. And so to say that I'm holding information or allude to anything else is not unfair. It's really, really unfair. I think people who are watching and have been watching this briefing for this past week could say that we are doing our best in this briefing to provide the information that we have. And I will admit, I will be the first one to admit, sometimes I get it wrong. At least I admit that. At least I admit that.
Yeah, Paladin Lost. I had to skip a bunch of it while I was reading that letter on the stream because so much of it was just campaign talking points. It was really shocking. I expected something a bit more candid. But it reads like it was drafted by his campaign, you know? As like a campaign email.
And sometimes
Is she trying to guilt trip? That's exactly what she's trying to do, yeah.
Don't have the information. And I will always, always admit that. But I do take offense to what was just happening at the beginning of this briefing. It's not okay. Go ahead.
We are seeking clarity.
Please follow up with a question about the president's mental health condition. Like, in the face of her admonishment, I want another question on that so bad, just because I'm a little rascal.
I understand that.
And I think what we're trying to say is when a name is in a public record on a waves form, that it is in the public domain.
Yep.
The president could authorize that his medical records or additional medical information could be made public because he could waive HIPAA, he could do those things.
Yep.
And if he chooses to do that, we would like to know more. Part of the reason we are pressing here is that we are not clear on what has happened, and therefore the American people to whom we report don't have a sense of it. So that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And so
But the personal attacks is not okay.
And
So
we want to have a
I just want to be
positive.
very, very clear here.
So the question is, one question is, after a debate that drew days and days and days of scrutiny, why hasn't the president had an in-person physical check-in? Maybe blood work, maybe other things,
Yeah.
because when he said he was seen, I certainly thought he had been physically seen, not a phone check-in.
No.
So and that's part of what we're saying about how
Yeah.
information comes out in waves, and then we may have a different impression. So
And I totally
this
understand that.
dominated his presidency
Yeah.
for 10 days, and he could submit to another exam, a full exam, partial exam, whatever. He can waive his right to make things public. None of us are asking about the military members who might be seeing a physician here. None of us. We are only asking about
Yeah.
the president's well-being.
Understood.
And so that's why we want to understand. When you see on the public records that a physician with his specialty has come to the White House, gone to the residence clinic, and met with the president's physician, we feel like there is more to be said there, and that's what we're asking.
And I understand that, Kellyo, and you know I respect you wholeheartedly, and I've known you for some time. We want to be also, because we are particular.
I mean, I think she made clear that she's not going to answer the question no matter how many times it's asked. But I really do appreciate that reporter just, like, explaining in great detail why they're asking and how answering and just giving them a clear answer would benefit the president's position. And she's still saying, "No, I'm not going to answer that." It's actually kind of incredible, you know? How long do they go in circles for? I genuinely have no idea.
We are talking about someone whose name who is out there, and
This is just going to be every press conference until he drops out. I mean, yeah, this story is not just going to die. Like, it's going to be the only thing people associate with Biden. I think it's probably already the only thing people associate with Biden at this point in the campaign. If, like, he goes out there and beefs it in another debate and then hobbles into election day, he's going to lose.
I understand. I get it. It's in the law. I get that. It's in the law. We want to respect that person and give them the measure of privacy that they deserve. The moment I say anything about any specialist, it becomes a thing from this podium. So what I can share, and this is what I can share.
I mean, I'm only a Canadian, but my perception of Joe is health, not policy. Yeah, I mean, I think Joe's domestic labor policies have been pretty okay. Like, I think the infrastructure bill was a great win. I just don't... I think that right now there's a huge problem when it comes to public perception about his health, about his mental prowess, and I think that those present colossal challenges to any kind of political campaign he might mount. And I think the polling lately has showed that since the debate. And it's not going away. It's been like a week and a half at this point. And this was from a couple hours ago, and it's incredibly hostile. Like, I don't think this is going to die anytime soon.
He has seen a neurologist 3 times. 3 times. Not more than that. Not more than that. He's seen a neurologist 3 times.
I also just want to point out that they're not necessarily asking about how many times Joe Biden has met with the neurologist. They're talking about the neurologist also meeting with Biden's doctor. And I find it very interesting that we keep refocusing on only 3 times with Biden. It's not putting my mind at ease. I'll put it that way.
And that is connected to the physical, the comprehensive physical that we have been able to share with you.
It's all good.
So I think that gives you some information about how many times. 3 times.
Also, a rare it's pronoun, folk. Awesome. Well, you are very welcome here.
And the reason why I am sharing that there are thousands of military personnel, so you also have an understanding, because there are 1,000 military personnel that comes here, and that not just comes here, but under the care of the medical unit, right? They get care from the White House medical unit.
Hey, Annie Bo.
There tends to be...
Wait, she uses HIPAA as a reason? Does HIPAA apply here? Like, actual question. I don't know. The rural Canadian it's haver. Just absolutely, like, just Chad behavior. Just excellent. I approve.
Be dermatologists, from dermatologists to neurologists who come through here because the White House medical unit is indeed caring for folks. So I have confirmed 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. Ranvel, you lovely for real. I agree with you. Man with solid record with a ton of baggage about Palestine versus felon who would be worse on Palestine. Like, it's kind of like, I know who I'd vote for in that matchup just to preserve the Republic and for a chance to improve things in the future. But you gotta understand, so many people are watching this and being demotivated to turn out. Like they don't think he can do the job. And that is a very real PR concern that could tank his campaign. Could literally depress turnout by, just a couple percentage points, and that's it. He's lost the swing states. Right now, he's polling down in every single swing state, according to Emerson. It's not good.
3 times. I just cannot get into details or confirm a name of a person. I cannot do that. There's security reasons. We have to give people a measure of
If you would
privacy.
waive some of his records and make those
Well, I
public?
don't know how all of that works. I'm not going to pretend I know how that works. And what I will do
I
is
see, Anita.
certainly will share that information with the powers that be. I just don't want to get into a back and forth on that particular question. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. I mean, to Kellio's point, the president today, when he called into Morning Joe, he said that he had released all of his medical records. Should we take that as an indication that he's going to do so?
Well, look, what I can say is that we have shared a comprehensive medical report that is pretty detailed, that is in line with other presidents, certainly not the last one, but the ones, the 2 before the last president. And we have been pretty much in line.
This is just the first episode of Ranking of Kings, man. This is the first episode of Ranking of Kings where we find out that Prince Boji is actually very agile. Like she just Bojiing up there.
With what they have done. To be more clear, George W. Bush and also President Obama. So we've been.
The last one did let his donors come to the briefing room to speak to us.
Okay, and we know what that last president said from this briefing room. Okay, so
Call today.
and only did.
I'm not gonna lie. The level of hostility here, comparable to the topic that they're going over, is very off-putting. Like, I've heard press conferences with tense back and forths related to like genocide and like military action that were calmer and better natured than this. Like, this is not a good look.
I think 3 or 4 paragraphs, very different approach.
During the call today to MSNBC,
Yeah, sure.
was the president reading off of a script?
So I was in the room when the president called into Morning Joe. The president spoke from his heart. The president was very clear. There was no script.
Are they going to bring up the page turning sound? I didn't think that other people had widely gotten that impression from Morning Joe. But I remember one of you guys mentioned that you heard a page turn. And also just like, I'm actually surprised this is coming up in this at all. I'm interested to hear what their response is going to be.
At all. And he was very detailed. You heard him say actually during the call that he was reading some quotes. He said it. He shared that information. He was reading some quotes from the debate. So he shared that with you. What you heard was a passionate interview. It was about 18 minutes. He talked about and laid out his vision for this country. He talked about how he wants to make sure we move forward. I want to be really careful because he also...
Yeah, I mean, she came in here knowing this was going to be a real battle.
Talked about the campaign, which I can't do from here, but he I think it was incredibly powerful.
He was reading quotes, but not from a script?
Nope, it was not a script.
Oh, so he was reading notes. Interesting.
Boy press conference, how many questions should we expect that he is going to take?
So look, it is going to be a...
I don't think that's bad. I think it's better than reading off a script, but he did certainly come off sounding scripted, so I'm glad that's confirmed a little bit.
Solo press conference. It is going to be certainly more than a 2+2. I'm not going to, we're still working it out, so I'm not going to go into specifics from here, but you could expect a solo press conference from this president at the end of the NATO summit. He's looking forward to it, and he will be taking your questions, so that'll be a good thing.
Something different.
Great. I have 2 questions. One, a follow-up on Dr. Kennard, and that is, can you explain what the role of Megan Nasworthy is? Does she oversee care for some of those military personnel that you were referencing as a group, or does she oversee care for the president?
I believe, again, want to be careful here. I know who you're speaking of. I don't have her full portfolio in front of me, so I would have my team and I will be happy to get back to you.
Okay. And then on the president's and the White House's engagement with House Democrats, and Democrats more broadly, there was an article a month ago in the Wall Street Journal that the White House universally panned because the on-the-record quotes criticizing the president's age and acuity were largely from Republicans. But I want to ask about the graphs in that story about Democrats. It said that the White House...
From that same story.
From that same story. It said that the White House kept close tabs on the Journal's interviews with Democratic lawmakers, and after the offices of several Democrats shared with the White House either a recording of an interview or details about what was asked, some of those lawmakers spoke to the Journal a second time and once again emphasized Biden's strength. They quote Congressman Gregory Meeks, a New York Democrat, saying, "They just, said that I should give you a call back." I'm wondering if you could characterize what the White House told Democrats to tell reporters about.
I think the Democrats spoke for themselves. I think, you know how stories
Yeah, they all spoke from the heart. They were all 100% sincere.
work. There's a lot of back and forth. When you all come with a story from us, and we want to make sure you hear from other voices, we make that available to you all. And it's up to the reporter if they're going to reach out or not to that particular person. But we expect and we anticipate and we understand that it doesn't matter who, if it's a congressperson or a governor or any elected official, they're going to speak for themselves. They're going to speak for themselves. And I would say that Representative Greg Meeks has also been very supportive. If you fast forward to where we are today, Representative Meeks has been very supportive of this president, continuing, moving forward, and we've heard from many others. CBC more broadly has been very supportive. We heard from the chair, Chairman Hosford, from the CBC, and so that is the type of support that we continue to see.
So there hasn't been outreach by the White House to Democrats who might have misgivings about the president's age or acuity to have them say positive things about the president publicly?
I don't quite understand where you're going with the question. I think I explained it. Sometimes when you all are working on stories and we want to hear, we were trying to provide supporters from the president, that is not unusual. And it is up to the reporter to reach out or not. And so that is something that we certainly do. That is something that, that is not uncommon. But what I would say more broadly, there are congressional members, as we're talking about what's happening in Congress, as we're talking about the president's outreach, as we're talking about, how we move forward. There are congressional members out there who have been incredibly supportive. We have to remember there are hundreds of House members, and so, there are folks out there.
The president's outreach today and tomorrow ahead of these all conference and all caucus meetings.
So what I can say is that, as you all know, the president has done some outreach. He's spoke about it himself. I can say, as of today, he is engaged with dozens of members, whether in person or on calls. We saw him engaging with congressional members over the weekend. We saw him doing that on several of the trips that he has done over the past 10 days. There have been about 6.
She's been waiting to answer this question like the entire time. It's such a palpable relief from her to be off the previous question. This is not a good sign, guys. It's not a good sign. I don't want to sugarcoat it.
States that he's been able to stop over and engage with supporters, so he's been able to do that. And there's a long list. I'm trying to spare you the list here, but there is a long list. Senator Chris Coons, Senator John Fetterman, Senator Alex Padilla, Senator Chuck Schumer, Senator Bernie Sanders, Senator Raphael Warnock. It goes on and on. Representative Clyburn, Al Green, Horsford, as I mentioned already. There has been a long list of, we believe, incredibly supportive congressional members who have continued.
That have been provided to us from the campaign too, but I'm wondering if the president has spoken directly with Leader Schumer and Minority Leader Jeffries in the last 24 hours. And whether the president
I hear you. We shared that just last week that the president spoke to the leadership Obviously on the Democratic side.
Has he spoken to them since yesterday?
I don't have anything to read out to you as far as what we've shared with you last week, but the president has been in regular touch. And those conversations went very, very well. I think he mentioned, in particular, Leader Jeffries, that went almost for an hour. The president said that himself. He said how much they had a very, very good conversation. The president saw Congresswoman Dean, as I mentioned. He saw both senators of Pennsylvania as well yesterday, traveled across the state and had really two big events with supporters, with Americans who got to hear directly from the president. And I think that's important.
Great.
Again, Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. Were all three of President Biden's neurological exams that you've confirmed, were they all conducted at Walter Reed?
Look, I don't have anything to state as to location. What I can say for sure that he has seen a neurologist 3 times as it relates to the exam that he takes every year. And I just don't have a location to speak to.
Well, let me just try a different way. I mean, has any neurologist?
And you also know that the president does go to Walter Reed to do his physical exams.
Well, has a neurologist? I'm not talking about anyone in particular, regardless of the identity, name of that person. Has any neurologist came to the White House to visit President Biden?
What I can tell you during those exams that we have been able to do every year for the past 3 years, and there's a comprehensive exam that we share, a comprehensive report that we share with all of you. He has seen a neurologist.
Hello. No, you didn't get bounced. You didn't get bounced from YouTube. You got bounced because my partner was coming down and wasn't camera ready. She brought me water. Lol, indeed. How we all doing? You doing okay? Hey, peaceful warrior. Saw Fetterman was on Fox this morning. Not sure what they were talking about. I mean, Fetterman is doing crazy amounts of defense for Biden right now. BRB. Not BRB. Let's finish this.
That's why I'm trying to clarify. It seems like those were taken at Walter Reed. And so it's an important distinction.
You all know that he does indeed go to Walter Reed as part of his physical exam. That is no secret. That is something that he does. And I also confirmed that he sees a neurologist every time that he's done these exams. I don't have anything beyond that.
I know. Go ahead, April. Corinne, as everyone is talking about neurological issues, this is different but kind of on that same page. The president has had 2 aneurysms, okay? And there are complications from aneurysms to include impaired short-term memory, inability to concentrate, as well as speech difficulties. Have any neurologists worked with him or just trying to observe him as he is a person who has suffered from 2 aneurysms that could have been fatal?
Look, April, in the comprehensive reporting that we share with all of you.
Honestly, I think this is another fair point to ask the president. You know, like, you got anything going on? You gonna have a third aneurysm? I think that's a fair question.
On a yearly basis, the neurological exam have been detailed, extremely detailed. It is directly from the doctor. They talk about the specifics of that neurological exam. And so I would refer you to the 6-page comprehensive memo, and that's what I would refer you to.
But that is something that we know about, that he had 2 aneurysms.
Yeah.
And that is part, all of those complications are part of a neurological exam. Have they tested for that at all? Do you know?
What I can tell you is that the exams have been detailed, they have been extensive, and that's what I can share with you. I would refer you to the document, to the report.
Question.
Sure.
We're just days away from the Republican convention. How do you, as this White House who stands behind this president, how do you work to do an image change or an image change?
Yeah,
to
he's had 2
revamp him,
aneurysms, peaceful warrior.
to make him shinier and brighter, if you will?
So I'm not going to speak to the Republican convention. That's something that I'm not going to do, but I am going to. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on, give me a second. Look, in the past 10 days, the president has gone to 6 states. He has. He's gone to North Carolina, New Jersey, New York, Georgia, Pennsylvania. I know that's a Commonwealth, but he's been to 6. And in that time, he has engaged directly with the American public. And you've seen the enthusiasm, you've seen the energy. He's been able to talk to them directly
10-letter name.
and talk about his goals for the future. Talk about what he's done in the past 3.5 years. They have heard specifically from him on even his health, even the debate. And I think that's important too. So, and you just heard me lay out the next 2 weeks. So the president's going to continue to go out there. He's going to continue to be present in the communities. He's going to continue to hear directly from the American people. And that's the best way to do this. That's the best way to get out there. That's the best way to make sure that you have your finger on the pulse and that the American people get to see you for themselves.
To the Republican convention, what about the Democratic convention?
I can't speak to the Democratic convention either. I can't speak to that. That's for the. I know, but you're asking me to speak to 2 things that I can't speak to from here. That is something that the campaign and the convention can speak to. Very, very.
Right at the end of the
April, you may not like my answer, but I'm telling you, the president's going to continue to go out there. I just shared with you at the top a robust plan that the president has to be out there, whether it is in Vegas, whether it's in Texas, and let's not forget the other states that he's visited in the last 10 days. In the last 10 days, there's a stark difference from what we've been doing and what the other side is doing. Stark difference. And so the president is committed.
I just have to say, over and over again, these pretty straightforward questions keep getting asked. And it's not even an I don't know, it's just a strange ducking and dodging of the question. It's very bizarre. Anyone who sees this is not walking away from this press conference or any reporting derived from this press conference feeling better about Joe Biden. Doublespeak master? Yeah, Lincoln Vale. Yeah.
He's going to continue to do that. He wants to engage directly with the American people. 600 people at the church yesterday, 600 people at the event in Harrisburg. That's a pretty good start. And that's just a continuation. That's actually not a start. That's a continuation. Go ahead, Josh. I know. I'm getting you.
Is it still the administration's policy that physicals are done annually?
Yes, that is just like every other president has done before this president. We're going to continue to uphold that.
So it would be fair to us to assume that as of now, his next expected physical would be next year?
It would be next year. The last one was in February.
Can you clarify for us, forgive me, I might have missed it, or by design, he will or he won't go to the health tomorrow?
Say that one more time.
What
Oh,
are
I
the-
don't have any engagement to share. As you know, NATO is front of mind. That's what he's focused on. You saw that letter that came out from the president. He's going to be focusing on the more than 30 world leaders that are coming here for 75th anniversary of NATO, continuing to show the strength of our alliance. I think it is something that the president's very much looking forward to. And you'll certainly hear from the president on Thursday when he gives his press conference.
I'm glad all your coworkers are volunteering at the polls. That's really, really wonderful. We need people to vote for whoever's the Democratic nominee. That is what we need. Whether that's Joe Biden or a newly discovered mummy of some kind, or like the skeleton of Ulysses S. Grant, okay? Like, whoever it is, we gotta vote for him. That's just like our basic duty to democracy, but I hope it's a better candidate. It's like asking, do you condemn Hamas? Like anyone in their right mind is going to support terrorist actions. It's a presupposed framing that is fucking annoying. People want to make health a thing, and sure, it would matter a lot of the time. But that is not on debate for this November. Who can beat Trump? Is it a polished turd? Then okay. It has my goddamn vote. Well, yeah, of course. But the issue is currently polished turds are polling better than Biden. Mamala at the moment polls like a significant margin ahead of Biden. Like it's that's why people are leaning towards her, because she can actually win. And Biden might be able to win too. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying, like, God, it's going to be hard. Ugh.
His big boy press conferences. Your colleague Justin has.
Please stop calling them that.
I think it is something that the president's very much looking forward to, and you'll certainly hear from the president on Thursday when he gives his press conference, his big boy press conference. As your colleague Justin has stated many times.
In your regards.
Yeah.
We shouldn't expect then some sort of big outreach push to member of Democratic.
I mean,
even if this is an attempt to dig at a member of the press, like, one, it's petty and it looks bad, and two, it infantilizes Biden in a way that is, what are you doing? The president needs to project strength right now, and you're comparing him to a child. No, very knifey duck. They've been doing it this entire press conference. They've been talking. This is not the first time, but they circled back around to it. Where was it here? Yeah, here.
After that, the president will hold a press conference. I guess a big boy press conference is what we're calling it, and take some questions from y'all.
Why? End me.
Look, I just shared that he has done dozens of calls.
Fair, Dragonfly.
Not just calls, but
Fair.
also face-to-face, as he did in Pennsylvania. His team, campaign side, they're going to do their thing. We're going to do our thing on our side. And he, respects tremendously the Congress. And so he's in regular contact with them, and that's what you're going to continue to see. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
That is where we're at the moment. The only additional piece of info to share with you guys is a bit more detail. I think, Dragonfly, you brought this up earlier, but Hakeem Jeffries is calling a meeting with other Dems tomorrow, and honestly, in the House anyway, this could be like the thing that makes or breaks Biden, like this meeting of House congressional members. Yeah. Several warned that Tuesday morning's caucus meeting, which several members told CNN they think Biden should address himself, but is not currently scheduled to, could be the breaking point. with Biden's letter to House Democrats on Monday morning saying he is firmly committed to the race, writing of the complaints, it's time for it to end. Immediately mocked and dismissed by several senior Democratic members and aides on the Hill. That leaves Jeffries. I think he's honor-bound to say to the president, you have very little support in the caucus to stay on the ticket, said one senior House Democrat. It's time for him to take charge, said another House Democrat in a tough district who wants to see Biden off the ticket. On the record, several of Jeffries' members outlined the role he would play in the crucial days ahead. If he's leaning in one direction, that may cause a lot of people to lean in that direction, said California Representative Brad Sherman, while adding, no one believes Hakeem is in control of this, but he is influential. I mean, the interpreters always look done. They've got a hard job. This meeting could be Biden's Ides of March. There's just no real salvaging his campaign if like 100+ members of Congress come out against his candidacy. You know, like it's effectively you need to pull out because we are tanking your campaign. If it needs to come to like a public exchange like that, you know. And of course, depending on the support from House Democrats. Could be there's like a silent majority here. Could be that Hakeem Jeffries doesn't go in that direction. I don't know. Right now, the only people who know are Hakeem Jeffries, really. Yeah. We live in crazy times where a month ago I could not have envisioned any of this happening. But we are now in a land of mystery and opportunity. And that means there's the opportunity for many horrible, terrible things to come about. But there's also the opportunity, a slim possibility, that something good might come out of all of this chaos. So let's hope for the best and make sure we get ready to get to work. Because whoever comes out of this as the nominee, we got to push that boulder up the hill. He doesn't want to be LBJ. No, he doesn't want to be LBJ, but he's got, frankly, what has to happen is he has to shore up support so that these stories stop leaking to the press. He's got to demonstrate to the public that he's still got his riz. And he also has to like hit the big red button to do policy that actually helps people. Whether it's like, you know, the last COVID stimulus check that, you know, people never got, or like college tuition for public universities being unilaterally pushed. Like, it needs to be like a combination of like Hail Mary policy, executive orders, and also like judge appointments and all kind. It's got to be like all of the red button. You know, just all of it. Every single aspect of the red button, you know? Stopping the genocide in Gaza? Yeah, playing hardball with Israel? You know, like, all these things. I'm assuming most people who are here will vote for whoever's on the ticket to defeat Trump. It's not us that needs convincing, it is independence, and the optics of this is horrible in that respect. Yeah, exactly. Which is part of what I'm trying to convey to folks, is just that, like, regardless of what the actual facts are, the perception is this. This is the part in JRPGs when shit gets bonkers and you find out God is a computer program from space or something. True. True. God. So, folks, I've been going for over 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because those are what allow me to make this show. It's what allows me to function. It's what allows me to spend hours every day creating politics content for you fine folks. People keep missing that we're not the average voters. Yeah, exactly. Average voters just have a vague impression, you know? And unfortunately, that vague impression is what they vote on. Painful hours, but someone has to do it. I mean, I hope it pays off. I hope that people like this. I hope that, like, it educates folks, etc., etc., etc. To me, it is not about selling Biden to centrist, undecided libertarians. It's about helping those groups understand our political situation, that we are all forced in this duopoly currently due to gerrymandering, electoral college, and the fact it's first past the post voting system. The good intentions of wanting a third party to be voted for be damned until we can make change on the thing forcing a duopoly. Yeah. The average voter votes on vibes. True. True. Project 2025 is breaking through to normies. I hope so. It needs to break through a lot more, but I hope it does. As a non-American, your analysis helps me a lot. I'm glad. I'm glad that this helps shine a bit of a light and explain some of the inner workings of the American political system. So if Biden doesn't drop out, do you still see a win? I mean, I think it's a possibility. He's not behind an insurmountable amount. There's a lot of time between now and the election. But I think that it's going to be a much harder election year than anyone ever considered it would be. Myself included, by the way. I thought Biden would have this in the bag. I'm going to be honest, his performance in the debate was so bad that it changed my perception of where things stand. I think the hate for Trump goes deeper. True, it does. The issue is, and this is a bit of a double-edged sword, but all of the legal entanglements he's getting into are keeping him out of the public eye as much. Which, on the one hand, isn't great, because it lets people forget how bad Trump was. But on the other hand, it also means that there's just so much more room for Biden to get focused on in this way. It's not good. Yeah, no, Project 2025 is a huge threat, and it doesn't rely on the GOP even having control of the Senate and the House, though obviously they would love that. It just relies on winning the presidency. Project 2025 works on executive order and the gutting of the executive and the agencies. Like, it's going to be really bad. If that orange turd gets elected again, the Dems handed it to him. Well, yes, absolutely. It's done with Democrat complicity. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Trump's a fascist. Him winning even without Project 2025 in place or legal immunity from SCOTUS, like, was already an existential threat. Both of those things are I mean, like, double existential threat, if that can be a thing. Yeah, get your passport updated, or get your passport at all is excellent advice, I think. The problem went Super Saiyan 3? Yeah, basically. Question is going to be turnout, MAGA gonna MAGA, anyone but Trump voters gonna ABT? I don't know what ABT means. The questions are going to be, will leftists show up for Biden? Can they get the turnout numbers really high? And can they win traditionally union leftist? This is where somebody like Sean Fain can be a real game changer. Yeah, absolutely. I think that Biden can win. I just think that this is like your runner shooting himself in the foot, both feet like 5 times before the race, and like you're still a great runner, very high pain tolerance, but like you shot yourself in the foot 5 times. There's a limit to how well you're going to be able to perform, and right now it's neck and neck with Trump winning in all of the key states. Like it's not good. This is in fact quite bad. Let's just take a look at this last paragraph from the CNN report on Hakeem Jeffries. These last 2 paragraphs, actually. However Jeffries moves, many members agree that he will move with the faith and admiration among House Democrats that at this point Biden lacks. They know no matter what happens in the next few weeks, Jeffries is their future and Biden is not. They know he keeps track of who crosses him and who backs him up. And they agree his reservoir of goodwill and trust among colleagues, built up from guiding them through the peak Republican dysfunction in this Congress and February's special election win, means that whatever he says and whenever he says it, most will listen, even if they don't like it. If Hakeem says, listen, I think the president is staying in, and we need to stay unified, and fracturing the caucus will only make it more likely that we will lose the House, that might be enough, said another House Democrat who told CNN it's time for Biden to quit the race, but has not said so publicly. At a certain point, though, you run out of split-ticket voters. On a one-on-one note, echo chambers be damned. It is genuinely cathartic to hear a validating understanding of my views. You're very welcome. Like, this is deeply... I think concerns around this are incredibly valid. Will I still support Joe Biden if he makes it through the nomination process? Absolutely. Like, it's a moral imperative when the only other outcome is fascism. But I think other people at this point have a better chance of winning. That might not be true as we get closer to the election, but at the moment, in this moment of opportunity, I'm looking around. I kind of think it's a big problem. My rear end, I kind of think of it as a rubber band. The shitstorm, like for a long time, people like us would just be like, damn, Joe Biden's old. He's coming across very old, and like he's old and not performing super great. And we said that over and over and over again, but like the political establishment never really understood the public perception until the debate night made it impossible to ignore. These people all had rude awakenings. Like these aren't people who have knives out for Biden. These are people who like admire the man so much they wept in their hotel rooms as they saw the performance. Like, it's not good. I hope we get out of this era right now. It's a little too interesting. A little too interesting. Have I seen the post from Brad Sherman? I have seen that post, yeah. We talked about it a little bit earlier. A fractured caucus sounds rather painful. True. The news media is blowing the situation out of proportion. I genuinely don't think they are. Mostly because the shift in establishment Democrats has been so monumental. Like, they're the ones shifting. It's honestly insane. I think the reporting on that is completely warranted. All right. God, we have so many other topics to cover. I'm gonna cover this. 6 minutes. I need to pee quite badly. When I return, either we're going to cover a John Stossel segment, or I'm going to play Elden Ring. I haven't decided yet. We'll figure it out. Remember, hit all the buttons. I fool that I am, didn't implore you all to hit the follow button, the like button, the sub button. You know, I didn't ask you guys to do that for like the last 3 hours. Also, I am currently sponsored by Star Trek Fleet Command. I haven't set up the like the stream sponsorship stuff, but if you want to play like a mobile game, and you can certainly do this. There you go. There's the link. I posted it in all the chats. You can download the game, hit the buttons, have a good time. I'll talk about it more on a new day, but I already hit the accept button, so the clock is ticking. Chip chop chip. Really selling it. I'm gonna get there. We're gonna do a stream where I do the Fleet Commander, but like I signed up for it today and didn't plan for it because I wanted to cover all the Biden stuff. So we're gonna do it like tomorrow or something. Chip chop chip. Hit all the buttons. It's true. It's a free game too. Anyway, I don't know. Consider dropping subs or donos too. I don't know. I'm throwing things out there. Okay. I don't know what you guys want. It's good. I play it. Hell yeah. All right. I will BRB. I need to pee so badly.
deck is going to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. Oh, what a beautiful dream. Oh, and he underneath the sheets. But what a beautiful dream.
In the heart of a stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yacht and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. In chat, the waves crash loud. As Jack speaks truth, she stands proud. Politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With all curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss, her strength is strong. Her favorite tune she'll sing along, and in her laughter we all belong. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yacht and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy Jack, never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every nod and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy, either unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world we're all free to play. Get in the riverboat, let's sail away. Yo ho, me hearties, gather round the screen. But Riverboat Jack sails a pirate queen. With a red mane glowing and a smile so bright, she leads us through the digital night. In the game of Scrabble, the word was denied, but from its ashes a meme did rise. The WA, a battle cry in the chat, it roars, echoing laughter through all shores. The WA, let's all shout, raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA, loud and clear, with Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. Through the seas of pixels, she guides our way, with politics and games every single day. Her partner by her side, a bond so tight, together they shine, a beacon of light. From Scrabble's lost to a meme so grand, the WA will take a stand. In the chat, it's our rallying cry. With Jack at the helm, we reach for the sky. BWA, let's all shout, raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA, loud and clear, with Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. So join Join the crew, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a pirate dream. BWA, whoa, forever we'll say. In her ship of laughter, we'll always stay. Let's all shout. Raise your voices.
Hey, Ms. Molina, how you doing?
Wahahaha. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. BWA, wahahaha. Let's all shout.
What's the story of BWA? It's in the song. The song kind of explains it. When I was a kid and maybe like right about a teenager, my mom and I played Scrabble sometimes, and I really wanted to use bwahaha as a word. It would have used all my letters. It would have been on a triple word score. But it was contested because bwahaha isn't a word. And I was like, no, I've seen Bowser say it in the Mario games. So it must be a word. I feel like it should count. And it did not. But BWA became a thing because someone, I think Paladin, donated. And the text-to-speech tried to read off bwahaha. Typed in multiple times. And it did it. Bwahaha, bwahaha. And then it got to bwa, was like the last thing it had to read off. But instead of reading off bwa, it read BWA. And I just found it very funny, and I laughed really hard at it, and everyone kept adding it to the end of their messages. And yeah. That is how that was born. It doesn't mean anything in particular. It's just kind of a fun little thing. Yeah, we've been torturing text-to-speech ever since. Exactly. Okay, guys. I reached a point in Elden Ring the other day where people told me there was going to be a lot of dialogue, so I didn't continue in that direction. I'm going to go do that dialogue portion, and then I'm going to subject you guys... Well, maybe I'll do Elden Ring, and we'll do the debate after I get back from dinner tonight. Margot Preston, thank you very much for subscribing over on YouTube. I appreciate it. I need to turn off the alerts for whenever anyone presses the subscribe button. I feel like that's really exploitable. BWA stands for being woke again. Yes. Not bitches with attitude. All right. Also, I got some games during the Steam sale that I would love to play on stream sometime, but I need to finish Elden Ring first. I know it's Margot, I know. Yeah, we won't do this at the moment. This is pure unadulterated cancer. Which games did you buy? I bought so many of my games were on like huge amounts of sale. The ones I'm really excited about, I got The Banished Vault, Amnesia the Bunker, Smushy Come Home, Lies of P, and Gorogoa, like an art house game that looked interesting. And I also bought a visual novel I've been looking for a long time, called A Summer's End, Hong Kong 1986, which should be pretty fun. And yeah. So I'm really excited for all of those things. I do have little funnies when it comes to pronunciation. There we go. Hoping it was a furry visual novel. Sorry. Not my thing. Oh yeah, I forgot I got here. I really like visually how my character looks in this outfit. There we go. Made it this time. Oh god. No! I'm sorry, VCC TV. No DLC spoilerinos. I'm sorry. I feel like I've already been spoiled on so many aspects of this DLC. Oh god. Okay. Go. What is my solution to this problem of exploding guys? You guys slow as hell. Trans woman Steve Irwin. That sounds like a great goal. Oh god. Ah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm Gucci. Why do people keep writing no horse ahead? I feel like that's a meme I don't get currently. Be wary of night. Ah, I see him. Or them. Hello. Ooh, is that a Knight of Mesmer? Oh, is that a corpse of Mesmer? Interesting. I was awaiting dinner, but I'm going to sign off for the night. Well, you have good luck with chores, okay? Hopefully they're not too many and too overwhelming. Oh. Damn, I'm at the bottom of this place, okay. What the hell? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? We've never seen anything. Oh, is that like a... Oh, I see. Okay, alright. Let me just see if I can craft something here. Alright. We're just gonna do a little experiment. Doing a little experiment. If I know anything about sea serpents, it'll come back around here on the exact same path it took. Huzzah! That thing has a lot of HP. Cool. Cool. I don't like that thing. It's too lithe and dexterous. Am I supposed to do these jumps? Oh god. Alright. Oh god. Okay. Just a little heart attack. Vision of Archer. You know what? I understood the meme. No idea what you just did? I didn't really do anything, to be honest with you. I scared off a big monster with a exploding pot. Poop joke. Okay, nothing interesting over here, so I guess we are going down. See you, Erica. Riverboats are extremely vulnerable to sea serpents. Yeah, if you're not captained well enough. I need to come up with like Riverboat Jack lore, like different captains, and my problems and/or alliances with them. We'll think about it. Stormhawk feather, interesting. What's the name of your riverboat? Oh, that's a good question. What? I landed on a crab. Sorry, crab. Oh!
America, mother to us all, favor me with thy grace. I have met many who would threaten or distress thee, and quelled each and all. And I hereby swear to never cease. So please, grant me thy grace. Leave me with my solitary light.
Hey, welcome back, PC Schwarz. The SS Estrogen. The spinny boy. The big boy conference.
Queen Marika, take not from me my solitary light.
What is... Wait, I thought I killed him. Wait. Use the iris of oculation. Place on the eye of another to deny light in all its forms? Wait, why would I do that? What? The SS Bowsette. Do I do it to him? I just want to know if I do it, am I fucking myself over? I'ma do it. I'ma do it to him.
Queen Marika, take not from me my...
Queen Marika hates you. He did invade you like twice. True. I don't know if this is like a resource. Like if I use it on him, does that mean it's like not... I can't use it on anybody else? So NPCs can invade you? Yeah, absolutely. Alright, I'm gonna do it.
Marika, take not from...
You want spoilers? I just want to know... I just want to know, can I use this on other people? And is it a waste to use it on him? Or, like, should I, like, assemble all of my options first? Why the fuck did they use the term, like, big boy conference? It's very juvenile for no reason. Yeah, especially when you're trying to, like, message to folks that he's an adult who can do the job. I'm not a furry. Lies, just look at your character's hat. It's different. Haven't encountered anyone else to use it on? Okay.
Queen Mar, take not...
Alright, you little weirdo. I'm taking away your light.
I would not. Am I not pure? Defile thee, I would never. I ask, why wouldst thou think to purloin from me? Deignest thou not to look upon me? All this time, I held in my heart only thee.
Oh, is this basically breaking the enchantment on them? I do not know how to say that name. Quilignan's Greatsword. Alright. Let's take a look at this. I like greatswords. It's not under colossal swords, or oddly enough, under greatswords. Where is it? Oh, it's under the heavy thrusting swords. Interesting. Greatsword of the Fire Knight Quillignan. A weighty, piercing sword with a blade that undulates like fire. That does look like a cool sword. Devoted his all to the crusade and remade his greatsword in the shape of the lance wielded by his liege, aspiring to become a second impaler. Interesting. I don't think it's a good fit for my character currently, but it is very cool. It's the weirdest fucking weapon, yeah. I like how I just find him in the middle of this abandoned church in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Did you find the milady? I did find it. Unfortunately, it's not Not my best weapon. Ah, another one of these. I'm very sneaky. Get dunked! These guys have yet to get an attack off on me. It's divesting them of their grace? Oh. I no longer feel bad for this guy. Dude's a monster. Wait, why is he a monster? Wait, what? Rune of an unsung hero. I love how you find more of these huge runes. Again, 50,000. Remnants of the grace bestowed upon heroes who fell in the realm of shadow. The great heroes of the war were richly blessed by the grace of the Erd Tree, but were not honored in death. Neat. Thanks, chump. Is 50k a lot of runes? It's like half of a level for me right now. Weak foe, then lever ahead, but I could also just grab this. Alright. Weak foe. Yeah, but was he the knight Quellign? Because I thought we were invaded by Quellign a different time. But maybe I was wrong about that. Be wary of right. Got him, baby. Yeah, that was him. Oh. Well, he was a little turd, and I don't like him. I guess that's how we, like, learn his true identity. Or whatever. Got all the Borderlands games and DLC for only 30 bucks total. Damn, okay. Oh. Are we doing a thing? God, that's cool. Is Mesmer dead yet? Nope. He is not. I just got to the Shadow Keep, which I think is maybe where Mesmer lives? Mesmer. Took me ages to notice the ladder, though. Oh, no. Cool. Mud Town. Where the only sport is wrestling. I think this is the first DLC like cutscene I've seen. You came in from the other side? Yeah. What, did I come in from the wrong side? New Londo 2? Yeah. Oh, I can drop down there, or I could go back the way I came. And finish exploring where I was. I think I'll do that. New Londo 2, baby! I did not like New Londo in the original Dark Souls. Oh, is that a little shadow fragment for me? I was gonna say I believe I can fly, but that didn't work out. God damn it! I thought I was already back in the room. I got really turned around and confused. New Londo was cooking with the Dark Wraiths. I just really disliked the Ghost and the Curse mechanics. Very not fun. Wait, I should go get my souls back. Oh. I'm still alive. Excellent. Smithing stone 4. Ukiri. My first game in New Londo kicked my ass hard, but in subsequent runs it seems surprisingly well. I feel like once you know kind of the trick of the setting... Oh look, crabs. Nice. Some giant crabs. Love that for me. Shadow rune. Lies. No hidden path ahead, not for me. Oh, okay. Ow. Fuck, man. Please. That was pure luck that I didn't die. I don't know how I'm not getting hit by this thing. I should be getting massacred. This is all luck. Literally all I'm doing on screen right now is indescribably lucky. Oh hey, another one of those things. Cool. Did you see the platypus fluorescence announcement? No, what's that about? Fortune favors the bold, fortune favors the me. Bony bums and cubic poo? What are you talking about? Oh, I'm out of healing stuff. Oh, that's not good. Well, alright. What's this? Oh, is this where... This is probably where the opening elevator goes. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Nope. Oh, there's another one. You know, I'm totally fine not fighting a second one. Yeah, we're just gonna mosey along. Oh god. Yeah, we're gonna mosey on over here. Oh god. Okay, I just want to get my souls back. Maybe kill that bastard who killed me. What does the blue glow mean? What blue glow? Oh god. Oh god. Wicked sword ahead? Yeah. Whew, whew. Need to hurry and complete this area to avoid spoilers? Hell yeah, you do. Hey, bitch. Hey, bitch. Hey, bitch. Nope. Oh, God. I got my souls back, though. Whew. Hey, Dragonfly. I think people are chilling out a little bit. It's been a rough day, though, for folks. I think tensions are running quite high. Yeah, hard to get through? Yeah. I always find it... God. I always find it so funny how they call Bachelor of Sciences BS. It's just a fun little thing that unfortunately conservatives have just kind of like ruined. Die! There we go. Hey, nerd. Death Mask Helm. Well, was he someone important or something? Helm of Wego, Elder among the Fire Knights. 2 warped death masks stacked on top of each other. Reduces FPUs to summon spirits. Nice. Knotted by loneliness, the old man turned his attention to the spirituality of Messimer's flame, using it in a rite of resurrection. Yet the soulless bodies he brought to life were no comfort to poor Wego. Oh, is this a what's the name of the anime with the metal arm boy? Full Metal Alchemist. There we go. This Full Metal Alchemist situation? Kind of seems like it. Oh, I also didn't get that thing up there. Good job, me. I need to go all the way back up there. Try and grab that. No elevator over here that I know of. What? Underground ahead? What does that mean? Be wary of behind. Snow ahead? What the hell are people talking about? Battlefield Priest's Cookbook. What does that let me make? Golden Grease, Drawstring Golden Grease. A record of crafting techniques left by the devout battlefield priests. These keepers of the faith fought bitterly to spread their gospel in the realm of shadow, where there was no Erd tree to gaze upon. Okay. Instant death, gotcha. Alright, try door, thank you. It's like an older Erd tree, or a shadow tree. Oh boy. Okay. Alright, we're going down. Oh, we're really going down, huh? Okay. Okay, so we are way down there. I'm gonna rest at this, I guess. Oh man, I'm so close to having over 1,000 damage on this weapon. I want to get there. What is this? Still no skeleton. Iris of Grace. What is this? Place on the eye of another to grant the light of grace as a fleeting blessing. An iris blessed with the incantation of the Earth Tree. Place on the eye of another to grant the light of grace as a fleeting blessing. Can also be used to receive the blessing of an equipped great rune. In the realm of shadow, this artifice was employed by priests of the Earth Tree to quell the fears of their flock. Interesting. And, oh. What the hell is this? America's Rune. Shadow Tree Base. Oh, wow. Okay. I can walk around here. I guess this is toxic. No, it's not. Oh, what a surprise. Miyazaki, you sly dog you. You put in a swamp level that isn't toxic as hell. Nice. Well done. This really does feel alien. This is so beautiful. It's very empty. Is there like a boss? Is this a boss arena? What is this? I don't like that people are posting smiley faces in chat. I feel like that's an ill omen. Of course you all do it. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And consider dropping those subs and donos. What's going on here? I can't summon my horse, so I guess I have to wander around on foot. Could this be a strong foe? This thing? I don't think so. Maybe I should craft some items, just in case. Like maybe I make a couple fire pots and such. Like, what if I threw a volcano pot at it? Looks like a plant, maybe. You there! Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Alright. I wasn't familiar with your game. Ow. Okay. Well, that was a learning experience. That was a little bit of a learning experience right there. Feed me, Seymour. I feel like I skipped a lot of this level and just went directly to the boss. Alright. I do have a game plan here, though. Ow. Lava! Lava! Ow. You hit like a truck. There we go. Done, son. That's it, right? That's the end of the fight, right? That's not the end of the fucking fight. Alright, I thought this was a little too easy. Oh god. Alright. I'm sorry, Erdtree, Skidoo Tree Avatar. I wasn't familiar with your game. I'm sorry. Interesting. Is this the kind of thing where I need to like kill it with fire? What if that's the secret? You need a goat summon? Yeah. Ooh, I do have an idea, though. Do I have any fire guys? Wields a whip of magma. That could be good. Give it a shot. No gloves? Why would I have gloves? Well, that guy did not last for very long. I don't think this is working too hot. I don't like this weapon as much. I one-shot that thing with the first the Sword of Night and Flame fire skill. Yeah, phase 1. It's a bit in. You know, I think I'm just gonna go back to wearing what I was wearing. All right. Let's see. Do I have anything that does fire damage inherently? Don't think so. Not anything that I am good with. Let's see, compare these two. All right. Oh, really? Okay. I thought I could just brute force through and then heal. More the fool I. This DLC is so good. I think I got this though. Man. we go. Phase 1 down. Oh, wait. Maybe not. There we go. Got a double tap. Okay. God, what a monster. Oh god. Oh god, it's a grab attack? Jesus. Alright. Can you get cramps on HRT? Maybe? Crit when you can, yo? Wasn't this a bad guy in The Witcher? Probably. Gonna give it one more shot, and then we'll see how we're doing, huh? You know what? I'm gonna make two more of these guys. All right. FD furnace pot. We'll also try some red lightning. Got a couple of those. Might as well give them a whirl, as it were. Cool. God! There we go. It had less health on the second phase? Okay. Ugh. Oh, damn, I felt real good. I should have used the pot. I think I need to use the pots on the second phase. Like, wherever I see it beginning to come up, I need to throw, like, one of the volcano pots. Maybe. I thought you beat him? No, I didn't. There's a secret second phase. There we go. Died. Okay. I'm gonna end my stream for now, but I think I'll be back later. Be back later. We'll talk. We'll go over that debate. It'll be a good time. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you all for being out here. That frame rate, though, yeah, it's because I moved screens around. It's fine. The frame rate's okay. There you go. What debate? The ultimate nightmare blunt rotation debate, obviously. The one that will make you sad and angry and hopefully laugh at all involved. I will be back later, folks. Get yourselves snacks and water and all that jazz. And I'll be back later. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, do all the things, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. Be back later, folks.